What's up? What's good? What's going on? How you doing? I tried starting the video whenever I left the parking lot. I almost always try to start recording a video whenever I'm leaving the wherever I'm stopped at, right when I start my day. But it usually takes me like 10 or 15 minutes to get into a position where I have good spacing to where I feel comfortable talking. So I almost always delete those videos because it's like 10 to 15 minutes of me sitting there going, yeah, yeah. Is he going to turn? No, no. It's just me like talking out loud about what I'm thinking, what I'm seeing, what I'm about to do, and stuff like that. And I guess that would be like a pure driving video. And that's not really what I'm trying to do. On these driving videos, I really like want to just kind of like go over my day, talk about what's going on, and then maybe talk about a topic or two. Um, like the topic I want to talk about, at least one of them I want to talk about is Landstar. Like I got a couple months left until Landstar, um, and I'm incredibly excited about that. I want to talk about why I'm excited. I want to talk about like what I plan on doing over the next couple of months until Landstar, and there's one other thing that I'll think of at some point, and then besides that, just go over what I've done since my last video, because this is kind of like a just documenting what I've been doing in trucking, my journey, how I got to where I'm at, in case other people want to, try to do what I'm doing. So, what happened since my last video? Let's go over the load I'm on real quick. I'm on a load from Springfield, Missouri to Phoenix, Arizona. I live in Oklahoma City, and there was an issue with the trip planners, or the planners, the support personnel. The support personnel said that the only empty they had for me was 140 miles out of route. It was 70 miles in the wrong direction. So I had to change my original trip plan because I had 140 out of route miles to pick up an empty. And then I changed my trip plan again because McCormick ended up loading me early, which is awesome. That's a good thing. That's a good reason to change your trip plan. Um, so they ended up getting me loaded early. I planned on staying the night in Springfield, Missouri, because I thought that I wasn't going to get loaded until late in the afternoon. And I was going to be awake for like 16, 17 hours at that point. And I didn't think, I'm not going to want to be driving for 3 or 4 hours after I've already been awake that long. So I was just going to crash out in Springfield. But since they got me loaded early, I was still wide awake. And I was like, I'm going to go ahead and drive out my remaining time. So I drove almost to Oklahoma City, got an hour away, took a 10 at one of those gas station rest areas in the middle of the toll road, and woke up at 3 a.m. Saturday morning and started rolling, drove through Oklahoma City, made it to Sayre, Oklahoma, and stopped at the TA there to get fuel. I was at about a half a tank, and I just wanted to top off before I got into the expensive fuel states. And I ended up screwing up on my fuel because I don't know why, but for some reason I thought fuel in Sayre was $1.84 a gallon, and it wasn't. It was $2.07 a gallon. And the prices I'm talking about are my prices that I pay with my discounts. So I ended up overpaying by a lot, 23 cents a gallon. So I lost like $23 because I put about half a tank, 100 gallons in. So I lost about 23 bucks. I don't know. I looked through my emails to see if maybe the price just jumped that much in a day or two. and it didn't. It'd been fluctuating between $2 and $2.07 for like the last 4 days, but I have no idea where I got it in my head that it was $1.84 a gallon there in Sayre. Minor setback, but we got topped off, and then we kept rolling. I went ahead and took a 30 there because I only had 7 hours and 15 minutes according to Google to make it to my destination. And can't tell how far off the road these people are. I can't even tell if that's people or a sign. It looks like they're really far off the road, but I don't have anybody anywhere near me. Oh, it's a big truck. And they got triangles out. They don't have them distanced properly. Look at the triangle distancing there. Like, how do people get CDLs? Oh, let's stay over here in this lane. There's another one. How do people get CDLs and not know basic stuff like that? I've never, I can't say never. There's only been like a handful of times in my entire trucking career, even going all the way back to when I was driving like 15 years ago. There's only been like a handful of times I've ever seen somebody put out triangles correctly. And most times, they don't even bother putting out triangles. So even if they put out triangles wrong, like that's a huge like bonus. Like that's way better than what most drivers do. Most drivers don't even put triangles on. Hell, it's getting so bad now. I'm like happy that people are bothering to put their damn four ways on, their emergency lights. Like there's so many bad drivers these days. And I think it's just because of the number of drivers. There's just so many people on the roads, and there's just a percentage of people that are just really dumb. And the more people you have, the more dumb people you're going to have. It's just simple math. But anyway, drove on from Sayre and drove straight on through to where I just left, which was just about 75 miles west of Albuquerque, Grants, New Mexico. There's a TA, or no, it's a Petro. There's a Petro there. TA and Petro, same thing. I do prefer Petro over TA because Petro has the iron skillet, and TA is just kind of hit or miss on having anything at all. But Petro has the better food. Petro has some of the best food of all the truck stops. Except Flying J's chicken. Oh my goodness. Flying J, whenever they have fresh food out, the Flying J, their spicy chicken is amazing. It's been sitting out for a while though. It gets nasty. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Took a 10 there. I would have stayed in bed and kept sleeping because I have plenty of time on this load. I have 2 extra days on this load. I have not only enough time to do a 34, but on top of that, I still have like an extra 12 hours or more. So, like, I can sleep in if I wanted, but I was wide awake. I couldn't sleep anymore. And it was probably because whenever I went to sleep, I had the air conditioner on. And then the sun went down and it got really cold. And I like it for it to be about 68 degrees when I'm sleeping. And it got down to 59 in the truck. And that's probably why I was having issues staying asleep. Just because it was so damn cold. But, yeah, woke up and started driving, and here we are. It's 11:45 p.m. local time right now. We're in Mountain Time Zone. There's a four-wheeler behind me that was catching up with me pretty quick. And then, once it got up on my ass, it's just started pacing me. and I'm afraid it's going to whip out and try to pass me when I get really close to this truck and jam me in. So I'm going to go ahead and get out a little bit early and start passing. And normally whenever I do a lane change, I turn my indicator on and I let it blink for like at least 2 seconds before I start the lane change. But I was afraid this four-wheeler would whip out on me. So as soon as I turned the indicator on, I started the lane change, which is abnormal for me. Because the entire point of indicators is to let everybody else around you know what you're doing so that they can make preparations. Because there may be somebody that you're not seeing, or somebody may be planning to do something that you're not aware of, and you putting your indicator on lets them prepare for what you're about to do. So I on my personal opinion is it's absolutely pointless to throw your indicator on when you're like halfway through a lane change, or you know, after you've already started the lane change. That defies the whole purpose of letting somebody know what you're about to do, indicating what you're doing, your intent. It's a signal of intent. So that's pretty much what's going on with me. I've been looking at the load board for like a week trying to find a load out of the LA area, and there hasn't really been anything. So I'm hoping something gets posted on Monday or Tuesday. Otherwise, I might be camping out for a week in California. Not looking forward to that, but we'll do what we do. I can live a comfortable life here in the truck if need be. But yeah, this thing delivers at it's right now it's Saturday night at 11:48 p.m. local time, Mountain Time, and it delivers Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. There's a Love's that is pretty damn close to my delivery location. That's where I plan on staying for the next 2 days. Oh, we got an ambulance coming. I don't know if they're on a side street or if they're on the interstate. They're way over to the right. I'm not sure if the interstate turns to the right or if they're on a street that goes across the interstate. I think they're on a street that goes across the interstate. Are they getting on the interstate? I think they're getting on the interstate. Yeah, it looks like they're coming onto the on-ramp. And then they disappeared. Maybe they're on a service road. Now I can see them again. I don't know if they're on a service road or if they're on the interstate. They must be on a service road because I didn't even see an on-ramp right there. But give me a second here and I'll talk about um, why I'm excited. And then we'll talk about my plans for the next couple of months. Yeah, I think that ambulance is on the interstate. I think I saw their lights flash way up in front of me. They might have gotten on this on-ramp right here. It was really hard to judge distance that far away. Looks like everybody was over in the left lane. Now everybody's getting over in the right lane. So maybe the ambulance was in the left lane and now it's over, or maybe it was in the right lane and then it got over in the left lane. I got a couple of, everybody in front of me has, all the four-wheelers have slowed down and moved over. I don't think they realize that ambulance is driving down the road. It's not like parked. Now they're starting to realize that it's driving down the road. Now they're going to get back out and drive. Because everybody was moving over to the right lane thinking that it was like parked up there or something, blocking the left lane. So that ambulance is going to make it a pain in the ass right now. It's going to cause a little traffic cluster. Got one more vehicle coming around me, and then I can get over in the left lane. Looks like that ambulance is cruising at a pretty good speed. Doesn't look like I'm going to catch up with it, which is good. But it could cause, everybody to move over and slow down. So anyway, why am I excited? Second, let me get over. Let me get over in front of Prime. I don't normally flash back. I'm not a big fan of flashing lights. But if somebody does it properly, then I'll flash them back. Prime dimmed their lights at me. They didn't flash their fucking high beams at me like a super trucker jackass. Some dumb shit that doesn't know what they're doing. I hate it when people flash their brights at me. And I pass a lot of people, and it's like 9 out of 10 people flash their brights at me. It is so annoying because it blinds the shit out of you. You can't see anything for like a second or two when somebody does that shit. You look over in your mirror to check and see if you're clear, and then they throw their high beams on right in your mirror. It's like somebody just shining a light in your eye. But anyway, I flashed my lights back at Prime because he dimmed his lights to flash me over instead of high beaming me like a super trucker. If you don't know how to like signal, I mean, number one, they teach you these days the like commercial driving manual tells you not to signal, because if anything happens and you've signaled somebody over, or it's kind of like waving somebody on at an intersection. They tell you not to wave people on at intersections or anything like that, because you are taking on some responsibility. If they get into an accident when you wave them on, then you are taking some responsibility for that accident. So if you have a camera in your truck like Prime does, and they can see on that camera that you flashed your lights, letting the person know it's clear, and then they come over and clip the front end of your truck with their trailer, then they say, well, they flashed me over. They said it was clear for me to move over. And you're going to get into some weird gray area whenever the insurance companies are going to be deciding blame on that accident, or whoever the officer is writing that ticket. But anyway, number one, don't flash lights. They're very rarely, you don't need to flash lights every time somebody merges. The only time I ever flash lights is, let's say I'm coming up on somebody and I'm going to pass them, and then all of a sudden some vehicle comes out of nowhere on the on ramp, on some kind of blind on ramp, and some vehicle comes flying down the ramp on this person that I'm passing. I will hit my brakes and stop the pass, and then I will flash my lights at them, dim my lights, turn my lights off and on. Don't throw your high beams on. Turn your lights off and on to let them know that they can move over. I'm going to slow down and let you get over because of, that situation that you need to move over to the left lane for. That is about the only time that I'm going to signal somebody, is when there's some kind of emergency situation happening and I need to let them know that I see what's happening and I'm going to give them room to move over. That's about the only time that I will do it. I don't see the point in flashing somebody over out here in the middle of nowhere when there's so much room to pass. It's pointless. Like, I know that I'm clear of you, and I don't even want to move over yet. I want to wait till I'm way ahead of you to move over. But anyway, don't flash lights at all. If you really need to flash lights, then learn what in the hell to do. Don't high beam people. And don't flash your four ways at people. If you pull in front of me, this is turning into a signaling. This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. If you pull in front of somebody and you flash your four ways to try to thank them, I have no fucking idea what in the hell you're doing. If you like pull over in front of me and you're 20 feet in front of me and then you throw your fucking four ways on, I'm going to be hitting my damn brakes because I think that maybe you're about to hit the shoulder. You had an engine failure or something. Somebody throws their emergency lights on, then I expect they're going for the shoulder, or there's some accident up ahead. They're going to be slowing down for some reason. Don't flash your fucking four ways to thank people, because that person behind you can't see shit. And flashing your four ways, your emergency lights, is an indication that there's some type of emergency. You're having engine failure, or there's an obstacle in the road. You're letting the people behind you know that you're going to be slowing down. Anyway, that's all I'll say about it. So, what are we going to talk about first? Let's talk about why I'm excited. So, I started this journey about 3 years ago. About 2 years before I quit my job and got my CDL for the second time, I started researching and planning and thinking about doing this. So it was about 2 years of thinking about it and researching and planning before I actually pulled the trigger and started doing it. And from that point that I pulled the trigger and started doing it has been almost exactly a year. It's been almost exactly 11 months. It was the first week of January in 2020 is when I quit my job and went to CDL school. And we're in the first week of December. So we're almost exactly 1 month away from my 1 year of when I, went to, quit my job and went to CDL school. So this has been a long journey for me. And I'm excited still. And I love that. I'm so happy that I'm still excited. I was so terrified that, and I think I've talked about this in videos before, I was terrified that a couple of weeks or a month or 3 months or 6 months into doing this, I would just sit there and reflect back and be like, why in the hell did I do this? This was stupid. This was a dumb idea. And I would just regret my decision of, getting into trucking. And it's been the exact opposite of that. And I'm so happy and excited. I'm glad I made the decision to do this. And I'm happy that I'm happy. I'm so glad that, because like everything I've done in trucking has been something I've gotten excited for. I mean, just like everything, every little hurdle that I have to go over to get to where I'm at, I've looked forward to it and I've been excited. Like quitting my job, I was really excited to quit my job. I was excited to start CDL school. Um, I was excited, the almost every day I went to CDL school. Um, I was excited to take my test. I was excited to. I actually had to take a test at the CDL school before they would let me go take my test. So I was excited to take my test at the CDL school. I was excited to take my test with the DOT examiner. Right lane closed in a mile. 65. We're going to tap the brakes, turn the cruise off because it's dropping to 65 up ahead. I was excited, to go in and test for my CDL. I was excited to get the rental car to uh, drive over to Van Buren to do orientation. I was excited to get in the hotel. I was excited to go to orientation. Now it's going to drop to 55. Um, I mean, I was just excited to get on the trainer truck, excited to get my own truck, excited to test to get my own truck, excited to, uh, get my real own truck. When I said, the first time I was saying get my own truck, I was saying like go solo, get my own company truck, not be team driving. And then, of course, getting my own truck, buying a truck, I was excited when that happened, excited to contract on, excited to finally start picking my own loads off of a load board. I'm excited every time I get a good load. I'm excited every time I leave the house. I'm excited every time I go home. Like, it's just been awesome. I've been happy. It may not reflect that way in my videos because I am quite negative in my videos. I'm usually griping or complaining about stuff. But that's not really truly reflective of how I feel. These videos are more or less just me venting about a bunch of stuff. um, Mainly, I'm like, real man, that ambulance is still up there. Like, where in the hell is that ambulance going? I'm guessing they're taking somebody to a hospital, and it's closer to go this direction than go back toward Albuquerque. Maybe the nearest hospital is this way. I hope there's not an accident way the hell up here, and an ambulance is having to drive from that far away to get there. But yeah, I've just, and now, I'm excited. I've been excited for a long time. Like every time I sit there and think about how much longer I have until Landstar, I get excited about it. And I'm only like 2 months away until I hit my 1 year of experience, and that's awesome. That's crazy. Given that Landstar that's been my goal for a long time. That's my end game. I don't have any plans beyond Landstar, other than like, at some point I plan on buying a brand new truck, and I would like to get um, I would like to move. I'd like to sell my current house and move out in the country. Now that I can do that, now that I'm not tied down because of a commute to an office building, I don't like living in the city. Um, Aside from plans like that, just as far as like, I don't really. My very first plan that I had was to get my own authority. I planned on leasing on with USA Truck, and then leasing on with Landstar, and then getting my own authority. And then as I did more and more research into Landstar, it's getting my own authority didn't make much sense. It looked like I was going to make roughly the same amount of money after, all expenses, whether I was leased to Landstar or had my own authority. I was going to make roughly the same amount of money after all expenses. So I was like, why in the hell bother with getting my own authority and dealing with all the extra shit that I have to deal with? I mean, the scariest thing about having your own authority is hauling a load and then you don't get paid for it. You don't have to worry about that shit leasing to Landstar. You don't have to worry about not getting paid for a load and then having to take somebody to court. Landstar pays you whether or not they get paid. If, somebody doesn't pay them, then they'll go and fight it in court. You're still going to get paid for that load. It's like USA Truck. I don't have to worry about that leased on to USA Truck. USA Truck's going to pay me. If, Procter & Gamble says that they're not going to pay USA Truck, then USA Truck will deal with Procter & Gamble on that. They're not going to take money away from me on that load. Now, if I screw up and I'm the reason that right lane closed in 1 mile, let's tap the brakes because I'm catching up with this guy in front of me. If I'm the reason that, they don't get paid because I didn't turn the bills in or, something, whatever, then yeah, I'm not going to get paid for that load. But yeah, so Landstar turned into my end game. They weren't my end game. Getting my own authority was my end game initially, and then I changed my mind on that. And now Landstar's my end game. So to be 2 months away from my end game on something I've been working on for 3 years, that's really exciting to me. And one of the things, whenever I looked at getting into this, I don't make decisions, especially big decisions, like quitting your job and changing your career on one or two things. There are so many variables in my decisions, but one of the reasons I decided to do this, one of the many reasons, is I looked at this as an early retirement. I looked at this as like the RV life. And what my plan was to get out here and buy a cheap truck for like $30,000. And then I was planning on financing it and paying it off aggressively over the course of 1 year and have it paid off after a year. And then stockpile money for 1 to 2 years to the point where I had a lot of money saved up to buy a brand new truck. And then after a couple of years, I would buy a brand new truck. And I basically wanted to have enough cash to pay for it, but I was planning on financing it. I was going to do a trade-in with my old truck that I'd probably get almost nothing for it. And then maybe put down payment or whatever. I just wanted to have the financial flexibility to do whatever I wanted to do. But I did not want to pay that much cash outright. I wanted to finance it. I didn't want to pay like 150, 200,000 cash outright for a truck. But finance the truck, and then maybe aggressively pay it off over like 2 years, or just pay it off over the term of 3 years or whatever. And then finally, at the end of that time, this jackass is speeding up. He's speed matching me right now. No joke. This asshole is speed matching me. This is the reason I like not being governed, is because of stupid fucking idiots like this. He just sped up on me. I don't know why dumbasses do this shit, but he just sped up on me. And he's just sitting there driving side by side, trying to keep me from passing. There's a lot of assholes that do this shit. But we just speed up and get around them. I don't know why people do that. It's so aggressive for them to like aggressively block the lane. Now he's sped up and he's gonna try and pass me. He's speeding up to pass me now. I don't know what this guy's problem is. So this is starting to interrupt the video because of this jackass that's like, I don't know what his deal is. He was going like 68 miles an hour. I was going 72. I got up there to pass him and he speeds up, starts speed matching me. I get around him and then he speeds up and tries to pass me. I don't know what the deal is with these people. Maybe he's fatigued or inebriated or something, and he doesn't realize what he's doing. So give me a second. We'll get back on the topic. Once I get away from him, he'll probably slow back down to the speed he was going before. I don't know. Maybe not. He's aggressively like passing, and it's like his goal in life to be in front of me now. Let me pause this just a second. I need to spit. You don't want to hear that. All right, we're back. Just paused it for like 5 seconds. What is this truck doing up here? Is that truck on the shoulder? I think they're on the off ramp. Yeah, they're on. Nope, they're on the damn shoulder. The road turned to the right. They looked like they had their right signal on because their but the front of their truck, they had their four ways on. You could tell that they had their four ways on from the front of the truck, but from the rear of the truck, their left light was out, so it wasn't flashing. But what was I saying? And now I got this guy. I'm not going to be able to get away from him because now it's his goal in life to uh, to get in front of me. So if I slow down and let him in front of me, then he's just going to get in front of me and slow back down. But while he's behind me, he's going to go. He's going to speed up and go as fast as I'm going to try and keep up with me. I cannot stand people like this because my whole goal out here is to create spacing. And people like this that can't control their speed, that are constantly speeding up and slowing down and aggressively blocking lanes and trying to keep people from passing and stuff, aggressive drivers, they make it very difficult to create spacing. This must be the town that has a hospital that ambulance was going to. I think this might be an inebriated driver. You look at him. There he goes on the shoulder. He's jerking around in his lane. He sped up when I got in the left lane. It's typical signs of inebriated drivers is can't maintain their lane and can't maintain speed. They're really bad about, like, you can't get away from them. They'll just speed match you when you get near them. This guy just speed matched me. He did this a second ago. He sped up and then he slowed back down. Then he sped up and then he slowed down. He's been doing that. I'm about 99% sure that's a drunk driver to my right. And I want to get around him quickly, but it's really hard to do that with these drunk drivers because they speed match you. Could be a distracted driver. There's almost no difference in how a distracted driver drives versus how an inebriated driver drives. They both swerve all over the road. Their speed fluctuates. So anyway, what were we talking about? So yeah, this is like a semi-retirement for me. Is one of the ways I was looking at this. It's one of the reasons I did it. Is the way I looked at it is once I got to that point that I just explained where I have a brand new truck and it's paid off and I don't have any expenses and I have a whole bunch of money in the bank, um, enough money to cover all unexpected maintenance and enough money to purchase another vehicle if something happens, like a major cataclysmic breakdown, uh, where it's just cheaper to replace the vehicle. I have enough money to do that. Um, Once I'm in that position, then as long as my income is high enough and my expenses are really low, having everything paid off, then I can just basically work when I want. I can make so much money that I can just go out for like a month and then take 4 months off. You know, I should be able to make enough in a week that I can take a month off. And what ended up happening is that I got to that position a lot earlier than expected. I'm basically in that position now where my expenses are really low and my income at USA Truck is a lot higher than I expected it to be. That's somebody in the right lane with their four ways on up here. Um, but I still need to stack cash. So I'm not like completely in that position yet where I have so much money in the bank that I don't really need to save up and make more money. I'm not quite there yet, but I am in a position where I can take a lot of time off, pretty much almost as much time off as I want. But I still need to have surplus on my checks. I still need to be putting money aside. I don't have so much money in the bank right now that I can basically run break even. Break even for me would be like one week out and 1 month off because I make enough in a week that I can live for approximately a month. All right, looks like we're going back up to a 75 speed limit. We're going to turn the cruise back on. Cruise is set at 72. And that big truck, the drunk driver is about a half mile behind me. And the big truck that was trying to keep me from passing, and then aggressively like trying to get back in front of me again, got mad because I went around him. He's about 3/4 of a mile behind me. So we'll see if they speed up or maintain their speed or what happens with them. Um, Way station. I haven't seen a sign for it yet. I doubt it's going to be open. Um, Sorry, give me a second to get situated here. Looks like that drunk driver is sped up. I'm not quite going the speed limit, so if that drunk driver is sped up to 75, then, oh, the bypass, which means it's closed. But yeah, that's kind of the way I was looking at this, is like a semi-retirement. You know, and it's kind of like the best retirement because whenever you're sitting at home for long periods of time, you get bored and you want to go do something. I know of lots of people that I've worked with that had plenty of retirement money, like retired military people. Um, they're the main ones. I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of people that are retired from other things that I've worked with. But I've worked with retired military people that were getting, plenty of retirement money. They were getting like a military retirement of like $4,000 a month plus Social Security on top of that. And they chose to go work again because they were bored. And so this is kind of like the best of both worlds. I'm basically retired, as in I can just take as much time off as I want, almost, not quite. Like if I wanted to take a year off, that I might be able to do that. I would have to bust my ass for a few months to do that. But you know, go out and work for a week and then take a month off, or go out and work for like 3 weeks and then take 3 months off. That's semi-retired. That's the way I see it. So that's one of the reasons that I did this. It's one of my thoughts on doing this, on uh, why I would do this. But anyway, let's switch gears now and go to talk about what I'm planning on doing between now and Landstar. So, like we were just talking about, I have the capability of just sitting at home a lot. Like, pretty much 1 week out is enough to pay for a month of bills. But I am still in the process of trying to stack cash. So I'm trying to do like 2 weeks out, 2 weeks on. And that allows me to put aside um, money. I'm actually able to save money doing that. And I get quite a bit of home time, quite a bit of time off, and I'm still putting money aside. Even with 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, I should, with 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, I should be making somewhere in the area of $90,000 a year. And that's about $20,000 a year more than I was making at my last job. And if I'm able to increase my income at Landstar, if my weekly gross goes up from 4,700 to, I don't know, whatever, let's say I can get it up from 4,700 to 6,000 a week. Um, that would be pretty much $1,300 a week extra money. But I'm only working 6 months out of the year, so that'd be 26 weeks. 1,300 times 26. I don't know exactly how much that is. 26 times 1,000 is 26,000, obviously, and then 26 times 3 would be 75, 78. Is that right? 78. So $7,800. So it would be 26,000 plus 7,800. That'd be 33,800. I think. Don't quote me on that, but almost 34,000 extra dollars. So right now I'm making like 90 grand a year doing 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. If I can get my weekly gross on my the weeks that I'm working up to 6,000 from 4,700, then I can take my earnings up to $124,000 a year. Um, from 90. That'd be pretty sweet. Only working 6 months a year, making 124,000. That'd be pretty damn nice. But anyway, just a second. I'm looking at my mirrors to try to judge speed of people behind me. It looks like the drunk driver and the aggressive trucker are not catching up with me. They're either falling back behind me. I don't know, the aggressive truck driver behind me just threw on his high beams. And then he threw on his four ways. He's like a half mile back. And it looks like he's slowing down a lot. He was throwing on his high beams and his four ways. Maybe he had a blowout. Or maybe he thinks that somebody behind him is bright lighting him. Because he's like a really aggressive driver. So he's like flashing his brights and his four ways a lot right now. And now he's just got his high beams on solid. So maybe he thinks that somebody passed him is high beaming him. He's just an aggressive jackass. And he's one of those people that's in one of those old, like, 1990s Freightliners. I think it was a Freightliner. He was in like a 20 to 30-year-old truck. And not like a nice 20 to 30-year-old truck that's had an engine replacement and stuff like that. Like one of those old plastic trucks. It looks like he just pulled it out of a salvage yard. So the reason I was talking about, how much, putting money aside and all that stuff is because over the next couple of months, I could stay home a lot, but I want to and kind of need to be out making a decent amount of money over these next couple of months so that I can stack money for the transition, because I might be sitting at home for a couple of months during my transition to Landstar, because Landstar's hiring period, like, it takes them like a month average to qualify somebody. And then I've heard that it can take a couple of weeks after they've qualified you to get you seated in an orientation. And then it can take, on average, 2 to 3 weeks to get you an empty after you get out of orientation. Um, so, I mean, just going off of averages, if I wait until orientation, or if I wait until I get qualified, basically whenever they're ready to hire me, I don't even know if they'll place me into an orientation before I sign on with them. So I might have to quit USA Truck and then sign on with Landstar before they'll even look for me an orientation spot. So let's say that I quit at that point once I get qualified. And then I have to wait 2 weeks for an orientation. And then I have to wait 2 to 3 weeks for an empty. That's a month to maybe more than a month that I could be sitting around not making any money. And I'm still going to have expenses during that time. I'm wow, the light's coming off of, there's a canyon wall to my right. Oh my goodness, it's bumpy. There's a canyon wall to my right, and the lights coming off of it make it look awesome. It pretty cool. There's a Super Trooper in the middle of the road. We're going 72 and a 75, so we don't have to worry about such things. Wow. Okay, we just crossed into Arizona. There is so much creative parking in this area. All of the little side streets up and down like the service road, there's trucks just lined up and down the service road. So in a perfect world, what I'm thinking is I will stay out, drink, no, road work at mile 34, reduced to one lane. So in 34 miles, there's single lane construction. Just a minute, let me make it around this car. I don't know why this four-wheeler is going so slow, but you know, that's they're right. They're not going below the minimum speed. If they feel comfortable doing 65, then let them do 65. Speed limit is still 75, and I've got the cruise set at 72. Flagstaff's 162 miles, and that is where I'm going to turn south and get on Interstate 17. Now, Google wanted me to take some highways, some sketchy roads. Supposedly, it was going to save me 20 minutes to basically do almost this entire drive on bi-directional highways, you know, two-lane highways. 20 minutes is not worth that. What is worth that is avoiding bad weather like snow. So I checked the weather in Flagstaff, and they're not expecting any kind of precipitation. It is going to be below freezing. So we should be good to go. So I'm just going to do all interstate to Phoenix. If it was going to be bad weather in Flagstaff, then I would have taken the bi-directional highway and dealt with that crap. But yeah, if things work out perfect, then what I would do is I would sit here and run in the Southwest, just basically go from LA to Kansas City back and forth until Christmas. So for about 3 weeks. And then go to the house and sit at home for a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. And then just throughout January and February, just sit there and wait for really good loads. Anytime I saw a really good load where I could string together like at least two really good loads to leave the house on, then I would leave the house and just run until I run out of good loads and then come back home. That's kind of like what I normally do. So basically, I just sit at home waiting for good loads and then just go out for like 1 or 2 weeks and come back. And and then sit at home for however long it takes until more good loads come out and go out for 1 or 2 weeks and come back. And just do that until until I start on with Landstar. And at Landstar, one of the reasons I'm really excited about getting on with Landstar is that sorry, I'm just checking my mirrors. The car that I passed, the most recent car that I passed, the one that was doing 65, is probably close to 3/4 of a mile to a mile behind me. And then the aggressive driving truck and that drunk driver, if that's them back there, they're probably like over 2 miles behind me now. Either that or they've exited. But that should hold me over until I get on at Landstar. And then the consistency of Landstar is, that's one of the big things I'm looking forward to on getting on at Landstar is consistency. More loads and more good loads. I don't mind deadheading for good loads. I don't mind driving, a full day. I'll drive 500 miles to go get a good load. And I highly recommend to other drivers that they be willing to deadhead. Be willing to drive, 500 miles to go pick up a good load. Hopefully you don't have to deadhead that far. But if you have to deadhead 200 miles, 250 miles to get a good load, rather than take some crap load that just happens to be within, 50 miles of where you're at, don't do that. It's kind of like, I'm not very familiar with the Florida market, but it's kind of like, I think it was Make Sense. He's a big trucker on YouTube. I think it was him, or it might have been Everett Madison trucking inside. He hasn't made a video in a month or so. I don't know what in the hell is going on with him. It might have been. It was probably one of those two. Those are the two that I get most of my information from. Uh, well, a lot of my information. I won't go so far as to say most. I get a lot of good information from those two. Right lane closed in 2 miles. Are we already at mile marker 34? We haven't been 34 miles into Arizona. Let's see what this mile marker says. 35.0. I think it was rubbed out really bad. It was really hard to see it. So yeah, this might be the mile marker 34 single lane that they were talking about. No, this is not 34. This is 348. So maybe they left a digit off of that sign back there. All right, let's tap the brakes and slow down. Well, we were talking about freight consistency, right? That's a big problem on USA Truck's load board is consistency. USA Truck has some loads on their load board that are, I think I might just stay out here in this lane. Because there's nobody close behind me. And we got this guy on the shoulder. Who is this? That Covenant? That is Covenant. That is Covenant. They just running their trucks too damn hard. Running them into the shoulder. Is this guy on the off ramp or is he on the damn shoulder? He doesn't have his four ways on. I'm guessing it's an off ramp. He's still on the emergency lane. He's technically supposed to have triangles out. Werner camping out on the off ramp. So yeah, consistency with Landstar. I'm hoping that whenever I go out and want to run for 3 weeks, like right now, I want to run for 3 weeks until Christmas. And hell, if freight is booming at Christmas, then hell yeah, I'll keep running. If the money's right, if the freight's good, I'll just keep running until the freight craps out. Because supposedly it craps out in January, February. So I'll just keep going until it craps out in January. We'll just have to wait and see what the loads look like on USA Trucks load board. It's very inconsistent. It's very sporadic on their load board. Yeah, there's always loads that you can run in certain areas. Well, in most parts of the country. I mean, there's loads on the load board just about everywhere in the U.S. It's just that it's almost like USA Truck just puts shitty loads on their load board just to make it look like they have a lot of loads on their load board. But a lot of the loads on USA Truck's load board are loads that nobody would pull. It's just like laughable, like how cheap the loads are. It irritates me to see that cheap crap. You know, things that are going 150 miles paying $150. I mean, there's loads on there that are going like 300 miles paying $60. There's stupid crap like that on there. And I think that they have those loads on there just to inflate their load count on their load board. That's the only thing I can think of. I can't imagine anybody actually hauling that crap. So, way station, 3 miles. So when I say that there are sporadic and inconsistent loads and it's hard to keep rolling at USA Truck, I'm talking about loads that are worth moving the truck for. Yeah, I could always be moving the truck. There's never been a time where there was just no load available at all. It's just most of the loads aren't worth it. I'm not going to bother turning the truck on for something that's paying $1 a mile. Commercial vehicles, right lane only, 1 mile ahead. Well, awesome. I don't have somebody that I need to pass right now, so I can stay in the lane and not have to worry about it. 2 miles to the way station. Man, they're advertising the hell out of this thing. It's probably going to be open. It's probably a big fancy one. Lane changes prohibited 1 mile ahead. All right, looks like we have a commercial vehicle lane restriction. Commercial vehicles, this arrow. Come on, give me the bypass. Give me the bypass. Because I know this place is going to be open. Way station in 1 mile. You know what would really suck is if I get pulled in and then that uh, aggressive super trucker back there gets the bypass with his shitty 30-year-old salvage yard truck. It doesn't look like I'm going to get the bypass. Oh my goodness. Looks like this is one of those shitty states that pulls in everybody. Let's crack the window. Let's turn my engine brakes back to auto. They're probably asking what you're carrying. This sucks because I had really amazing spacing, and then these shithole places like this, pulling us in like this, clumps us all back together. This is really annoying to get pulled into these places like this. Just absolutely kills spacing. Oh my goodness. They don't even have their damn scales set up correctly. The scales are like at an angle. I don't even know if they're getting accurate weights. There isn't even anybody in there. Did this guy get the bypass? Really? Or did he just run it? So now we'll see what the spacing is like. We'll see if all the vehicles in front of me are slow vehicles or what the deal is. But yeah, I'm really hoping for consistency on Landstar's load board, and I think it's going to be there. The freight on USA Trucks load board, there's just not enough good loads to keep you running all the time. If you're going to just be constantly running on USA Trucks load board, then you're going to be hauling some cheap crap. And I would rather deadhead home than haul cheap crap. And I've done that multiple times. I've deadheaded home rather than haul cheap crap. I've done at least two 1,200-mile deadheads home because there was nothing but cheap crap on the load board. At least two of those with USA Truck. I hope I don't have to do anything like that with Landstar. But just being able to go out and run when I want to run, like right now, wanting to run for 3 or 4 weeks, I don't know if I can do that with USA Truck. When I want to drive and I want to run freight, I can't always do that with USA Truck. And that is such a shame. Because there have been several times that I've gotten out and I've just wanted to run hard. And I get out there, and after only a week out, I can't find any damn loads, and I'm turning around coming back home. That's what happened last time I was out on the road. I had that amazing week. I was able to string together 3 really good loads, and I had that $7,300, $7,400 gross week, and then there was nothing on the load board. Nothing but crap. So I just deadheaded to the house. I was planning to be out on the road for at least 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks or more. But yeah, I just turned around, came back to the damn house. All right. This way station wasn't too bad as far as spacing. There wasn't like a ton of traffic that I got stuck in, so I'm back to decent spacing pretty quick. That's nice. I like it. Does look like I caught up with a couple of slower vehicles though that I probably wouldn't have caught up with otherwise because they were so far ahead of me that I probably wouldn't have caught up with them because we're going such similar speeds. But we'll do what we do. It is 1 a.m. local time. So traffic should get just lighter and lighter from here on out throughout the rest of the drive. Now, the reason that I ended up go ahead and leaving, now I waited about an hour. I could have left at 10 p.m., but I did sit around for about an hour. So now I should be getting there at about 5 a.m. I would have been getting there at about 4 a.m., but now I'll be getting there at about 5 a.m. Now, the reason I did that rather than waiting a couple of more hours is because, number one, I got to thinking, and with it being a Sunday, traffic may not clear out of the truck stop. Like, people may not be leaving the truck stop until 9 or 10 a.m. on a Sunday. It may not be very easy to find a spot until like 9 or 10 a.m. And then so I didn't really want to wait around that long. And then the other thing was there was another truck stop a couple miles away. There was a mom and pop that even at 11 o'clock at night, people posted on Trucker Path that there were many spots available. So lots of parking spots available a couple miles away at a mom and pop shop. So if there are no spots at Love's, then I'll go to that mom and pop and then drive back over to Love's later in the day. We're passing. Both of these trucks are going slower than me, but the one up front is going just a little bit slower than me. He's probably going 70. I've got my cruise set at 72. So 135 miles from Interstate 17, 135 miles from Flagstaff, basically. So about 2 hours to Flagstaff. I can't remember what 17 is like. It has been so long since I've driven on this road. It's been so long since I've driven on 17. I'll probably remember it once I get there because I've driven there quite a bit. Both over-the-road companies that I drove for last time I was in the industry were based out of Phoenix, Arizona. Swift's headquartered out of Phoenix, Arizona. And then the second over-the-road company I drove for, the only terminal they had was in Phoenix, Arizona. It wasn't technically Phoenix. It was something on the edge of Phoenix, some suburb or whatever. I don't know. It was basically Phoenix. But I didn't get routed down to Phoenix a lot with Swift. I did go down to Phoenix a couple of times when I was driving for Swift, but I did go down to Phoenix quite a bit the second time I went out over the road with that small company because that's where their home terminal was at. Is there somebody on the shoulder? Nope, he's passing somebody. So I think this is an Amazon Prime. I can't tell for sure. No, it's not. Seva Logistics. It says drive for Seva. He's got to be running empty or incredibly light, like 10,000 pounds or less, because when we went over that hill, I dropped like 1 or 2 miles per hour and he didn't lose anything. So since he's only going like a mile an hour slower than me, come on, you can do it. Plenty of room. Move over. What the shit, man? Are you not going to move over? This jackass is just like trying to block me from passing, is what it seems like. I don't know what the hell is wrong with people. Why do they do this crap to try to keep you from getting around them? He's playing on his damn phone. What an idiot. I really wish they would have some harsh penalties for inebriated and distracted driving. Because these people are just dangerous. All right, we're going to keep pedaling it, going 70, bouncing between like 73 and 75. We're going to keep pedaling it for a minute or so here just to build up a little bit of space because I'm only going like a mile or two faster than this guy, and I don't want to be close to him. I want to hurry up and build up space. He's a decent ways behind me now, approaching a quarter mile, so we're going to let it drop back down to the cruise. And we're good. Now we're good. I don't know about a quarter mile, about 1,000 feet maybe. But the hell was I saying? I don't even know what I was saying. I hope there's a spot at the Loves because I don't want to have to like relocate to the Loves. But it's really, man, you have to be really familiar with an area, or even sometimes a specific truck stop to know what it's going to be like on the weekends. Take the Loves in Hutchins, Texas. Ooh, this guy's going really slow. I am flying up on him. This guy's going like 50 or 55. Might be having some engine problems. The Loves in Wilmer, Hutchins, Texas. It's right on the border of Wilmer and Hutchins. It's technically in Hutchins. That was the one I used to camp out at it when I was in training because we had a drop yard there. My trainer lived in Dallas, and he would drop me off there and pick up his personal vehicle, and he'd go home for the weekend every weekend. That thing on the weekend would never really clear out. During the week, yeah, it would get to the point where there were a decent number of spots available, but it never got like empty. It was one of those truck stops that was full all the time, but during the day it wasn't completely full. You could find spots during the day. There would be, you know, I don't know how many spots the place had. It didn't have a ton. We'll say it had 70 spots. Well, during the day, there might be 20 spots open. On the weekend, there might only be 5 to 10 spots open in the middle of the day. The truck stop would not clear out on the weekends. And I think that's a big problem with trucking. Part of the problem with parking and trucking, I think a huge part of the problem with parking and trucking is locals. Instead of paying to park at a secure lot, a long-term parking lot, they're just leaving their trucks at truck stops. I think that's what a lot of the locals are doing. And a lot of these truck stops are not policing that. And to give you an example of why I think that and why I think it is as big of a problem as it is that the TA in Ontario, California is paid parking, but it's free if you're fueling or if you are if you buy $20 worth of stuff in the store, anything like that. So basically, if you're a customer of the place, then it's free parking. That parking lot, even at like 11 p.m., midnight, whenever you're talking prime time parking, like this is a worst time to try to find a parking spot. Even during prime time hours in Ontario, California, one of the busiest trucking hubs in the country, should be one of the worst places to find parking. Even at like midnight in Ontario at that TA, there are spots available. At least when I was there. I was there Friday night. I stayed there on a Friday night, and there were spots available all night long. Because they actually monitor who's parked there and they don't let people just leave their vehicles there long term. And in almost all of these places where it's really, really, really hard to find parking spots, what you'll notice is four-wheelers pulling up to the trucks that are parked there. You'll see a lot of four-wheelers in those parking lots. And that's because it's the damn locals that are parking there. And they're, somebody's coming to pick them up or drop them off, or they're grabbing something from their truck or putting something in their truck. So I think that truck stops need to start policing the parking lots. I don't know how they're going to do that. I would really hate for every place to have to go to the paid parking model that TA in Ontario has. I mean, it works. And if they weren't doing that, that parking lot would be full 24 hours a day. You would never, ever be able to find a spot there because there would be so many locals just leaving their trucks there. Because there are so many truck drivers that live in that Ontario area. Second, I got a four-wheeler slow passing me. So I don't know the resolution. Um, what I think a simple resolution would be, the simplest resolution I can think of, would be cameras. Um, there's software, like you could set up cameras throughout a parking lot, and there's software that can, we have like facial recognition software and all kinds of stuff like that. There's software that you can run that can monitor vehicles in the parking lot, and it can give alerts if a vehicle has not moved um, in a certain amount of time. So if you've got a truck that's been parked there for over 2 days, then you can send a security guard out there to knock on the door, put a sticker on the window saying it's going to be towed if it's not moved within 24 hours. I mean, of course, if somebody answers the door and there's somebody in there, they can talk with them. Um, but if nobody answers the door, then put a sticker on the window that says it's going to be towed in 24 hours. if either move the vehicle or come in and talk with security, something like that. And have signs up, of course, that say no unattended vehicles. But I'm all for letting somebody stay there as long as they want, as long as they're in the vehicle. But the locals dropping their trucks off and then taking 3 or 4 days home time, those people pack up these truck stops really bad. And it's just people being fucking cheap. I know a lot of these trucking jobs don't pay very well. But there are paid parking options for trucks pretty much everywhere. There are 3 or 4 places in Oklahoma City that do paid truck parking. And the cheapest one I know of is Big Rig Products, or Big Rig Product. I can't remember if there's an S on the end of it. And it's $100 a month. The one that I like to park at is the most expensive one, and it's probably because they're in the best spot, and that's the reason I like to park there. They're over in the area where all the truck stops are at on the west side of Oklahoma City. They are $10 a day like everybody else. Everybody pretty much charges $10 a day. Their prices that the big price difference is how much they charge for a month. The most expensive place charges like $180 a month. And that's just not worth it. Like, you basically have to park your truck there for a solid month to make that worth it. If you're, just bringing your truck in on occasion, even just parking it there for like 3 weeks, well, 3 weeks would be a little bit worth it. But, like me doing 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, 2 weeks is not enough. Because 2 weeks, 14 days, that's $140. You'd have to be there for 19 days or more parked to make it worth it. So it's got to be just local drivers, home everyday drivers that pay the monthly. But Big Rig Product is $100 a month, so that is worth it to me to pay $100 a month with as much home time as I have. But the thing that sucks about Big Rig is they're on the opposite side of town as me. Like, they are way the hell away from me. They're so far away from me that I can't use personal conveyance to go there and back. Because personal conveyance at USA Truck is limited to 46 miles per day. And the round trip, why is it that, like, every time I get up to pass somebody, they're whipping out in the left lane to pass somebody else? All right, this is a quick pass. This guy sped up by a lot to pass Prime. It looks like he was just loitering behind. He's going faster than me now. Looks like he was just chilling behind Prime. And then when he saw me coming up, he realized how slow he was going and jumped out and took off. Like, these are the people we're sharing the road with. This is what people do Not a lot of people, but some of the drivers that I encounter out here, when you go to pass them, they speed up. They don't want to get passed. I hope he keeps going and doesn't slow down again. Now he's slowing down. I'm catching up with him. But people like this are annoying. I think I talked about it earlier when somebody else did this to me. They're annoying because they kill my spacing. Like right now, he's like speed matching me. He was going a lot faster than me. You see how quickly he pulled away from me, and then he slowed down. I started catching up with him. Now he sped back up, and he's going about the same speed as me. He might maybe be pulling away. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell right now. It is 1:22 a.m. local time, so hopefully this guy's now he's slowed down a lot. This guy's fatigued or distracted or inebriated or something to be fluctuating speed this wildly. Like I'm coming up on him really fast now. I'm going to wait until the last second to move over because he's probably texting. Yeah, he's an Amazon Prime, probably driving one of those homemade trucks. Now he's actually driving a nicer, newer, looked like an International. But he was going really slow. I just flew by him, and I didn't pedal up. I'm still setting on my cruise speed of 72. I didn't speed up to get around him. Well, hopefully I don't have to deal with him anymore. Hopefully he doesn't speed up to 80 again. Or if he does speed up to 80, I hope he stays at 80. But he's slowed way, way, way down. He's he's still going really slow, and I'm pulling away from him really quick right now. But there are little tricks to things on how to deal with people like that. Usually, when somebody is like inebriated or distracted like that, um, if you whoa, buddy, get in your damn lane, bro. If you get out in the left lane early, it gives them too much time to think, and they'll speed up on you. So if you wait till the last second to get out and pass them, it'll kind of scare them. It'll scare them a little bit, and a lot of times they'll actually slow down rather than speed up on you because those lights hitting their mirror that close, that unexpectedly, a fatigued driver or an inebriated or a distracted driver, that'll startle them. All right, now we got our open space. We're doing the good. We'll talk about. I just started thinking about this. So we'll talk about it real quick. I'm wide awake right now. I haven't felt tired since I've been back out on the road, and I haven't been sleeping a lot. Like, whenever it's time for my 10-hour break, I generally sit there and I'll grab something to eat, and I'll try to check on YouTube, make sure I've replied to everybody's comments, and I'll check out some of the YouTube channels that I follow, and I'll check out Reddit, and then I'll try to get to sleep. I try to get to sleep where I can get at least 7 hours um, of sleep. And I generally sit there and lay in bed for an hour, unable to go to sleep. And then when I do fall asleep, I usually wake up early, and I have issues sleeping. Even though I'm laying in bed, I have issues sleeping uh, throughout my entire rest period. And I'm not tired because of it. So I don't know why, but I'm not able to get very much sleep, or I'm not sleeping very much, but it's not affecting me and making me tired. I don't know why my body doesn't want to sleep very much. Maybe it's because I slept so much on my home time, because I was sleeping for like 15 hours a day when I was on home time. I wasn't setting an alarm or anything, and my bedroom is set up so that it is like really comfortable for me to sleep in. The temperature's great, my bed's great, the blankets are great. I got lots of air circulating in there, fans and stuff. It's just almost perfect for me to sleep in. So I hibernate when I'm at home. But yeah, that's just something I was thinking about when I was sitting there thinking that that driver might be fatigued. 103 miles, almost 2 hours on this video. I think I should wrap it up. I don't know. I could keep talking like this all the way to Phoenix. I think I'll just keep going until I get bored. Get bored of talking. What I might do after I finish the video is, oh my God, Google's trying to reroute me, trying to get me to take some fucking somebody's backyard, take an alley or something. It can save you 10 minutes. Come on, let's do it. No, do not reroute me. What really sucks, and this is one of the reasons that I wanted to move the GPS over to a different device, is if you do not select no, Google will just do it. And I think that's terrible that Google defaults to that. You go through the trouble of selecting which route you want to take, and then while you're going on the route, Google will tell you, oh, there's a faster route available. Well, I didn't choose that route. What it is it'll pop it'll pop up and ask you that if there's any slowdown on your route, like if there's an accident or any kind of traffic slowdown, but also if there is an alternate route. Like whenever you plug in the destination that you're going, Google will pop up with usually like 3 different routes you can take. And let's say you select one of those three and it's not the fastest route. Well, while you're driving, once you start getting close to that turnoff, Google's going to pop up and say, hey, we found a faster route. And it's going to automatically put you back onto that other route that you did not want to go on unless you click no. And I hate that it defaults to that. It should only change your route if you select yes. It shouldn't automatically change your route for you. That kind of pisses me off. That's one of the things I don't like about Google. But that's why I wanted to move it over to another device, was because I have to click no when it does that. And if I switch applications, like when I have GPS, when I was using my main phone for GPS and I was trying to record the video like I am right now, when Google would do that crap, I would have to click the no button on Google and that would stop the video. It would stop recording. So that's one of the reasons I flipped that over there. And that reminds me, I need to get a new device, and I've been looking around trying to figure out what in the hell to get. Basically, what I need is something that is a big screen that is really light. I want it to be light. You know, the light, as far as light, like a tablet. I don't want it to be as heavy as like a laptop. I don't want it to be like 5 pounds or more. I want it to be less than 5 pounds. Um, and I want it to be a big screen, and I want it to be touch screen. But I also would like to be able to hook up a keyboard mouse to it. So initially what I was thinking of was Microsoft Touch. Or not Touch, it's Microsoft Surface. Is it Surface? It's basically a tablet with a keyboard mouse. It's like a laptop tablet hybrid device. Um, that is initially what I was thinking of, but those things are expensive as hell. And I don't need something like those things are almost full-fledged laptops. I don't need that. I just need something capable of looking at a browser, the internet. Because what I want is I want to have that device and I want to have it set up to where it's basically on the load board, and I could just sit there and refresh the load board and look at loads and stuff while I'm driving down the road. Not like look at the load details or anything, but just basically I could just sit there and hit refresh and see if there's a new load posted. And if there is a new load posted, then I can pull over and look at it. You know, that kind of thing. Basically, I just want a big touchscreen that I can browse the web on. And I was looking at the Microsoft Surface, and I want to say that they were really expensive. Like they were the price of a laptop. They were $500 to $800 or $1,000 or something crazy. I think they were over $500. I can't remember the exact price, but I was like, yeah, that's way too much for what I'm wanting. But I did find some other devices that were similar to Surface. They weren't as powerful. They didn't have, you know, the processing power and stuff like that that the Surface had. But I don't need that crap. I want to turn the heater up a little bit. There's a bit of a chill in the air. Um, the temperature gauge in the truck says it's 25 degrees outside. That means it's probably like 20 because that temperature gauge is off by a bit. It's not very accurate. I was actually thinking about getting a temperature gauge and just putting my own on here, but I don't know, like, just to get a more accurate reading of temperature, is it worth that? I don't know. It's there. A couple of things that I could think of, some cons to it, is I would have to replace the batteries in it on a regular basis. And then if I get the truck washed, I would have to worry about them, knocking the damn thing off. The temperature sensor is supposed to be in the driver's side mirror, I think, which means that it should be accurate. It should not, for some reason, when the truck is setting, it might have to do with direct sunlight. That might be it. Maybe the temperature sensor is in a spot where when there's direct sunlight on the mirror, it heats up the mirror and puts off heat and throws off the temperature. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I think I'll just keep rolling with what I got. And if I need an accurate temperature, then I can, go to weather.com or something and throw in my location. Another thing I could do is I could get a real GPS app that has weather data, because like the which one did my trainer have? Miguel had not Garmin. He did not have Garmin. He had the other one that they sell at the truck stops. Shoot, I cannot think of it. But you probably know what I'm talking about. It's the competitor to Garmin. The other one that you get at the truck stops. The other white meat. But that one had the option to hook up to Wi-Fi. And if you hooked it up to Wi-Fi, you could enable weather data, and it would not only show you the temperature, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it showed temperature. It would not only show you the temperature, but it would also show you overlays of like like precipitation. Like radar images, how they have, the green area where it's the precipitation's at, and blue where it's snowing, and like pink where there's ice. What the hell? What is with this SUV? When that SUV was passing me, they threw on their high beams when they were right alongside me. And once they got up in front of me, they slammed on their brakes, and then they had an issue maintaining their lane. Now they're still swerving all over the place. It seems like everybody on the road is a distracted, inebriated, or a fatigued driver. You can't tell the difference between those three things. They all drive the same. Now I'm catching up with the SUV. Hopefully they're taking this exit. Yep, there they go. Probably heading home from the bar. It's 1:40 a.m. In Oklahoma City, at the really bad bars, the strip clubs and stuff, the cops will go and use chalk or something to mark people's tires, and then they'll sit there and look for people with those markings on the road, and they'll pull them over because 9 times out of 10 they were drinking while they were in there, so they're going to get a DUI. Oh, we got a TA. What town is this? You know, there are some features of those dedicated GPS devices that I like, but the price tags on those things and how like janky they are make it to where they're not worth it, in my opinion. Um, because Miguel had like one of the top of the line, man, the on and off ramps are just packed. Miguel, the one that he had was like the $500 one. It was the Rand McNally. That's it. He had the Rand McNally, and he had the tablet version, the high end like $500 version one. And that thing was kind of a piece of junk as far as just the GPS aspect of it. It was constantly telling us to exit and hop onto service roads and do stupid shit. Like, he was constantly telling us to do stupid crap. And we talked with a couple of people at the truck stop that were looking at them, that were thinking about buying one, or that had just bought one or whatever. And Miguel was talking to him about his experience with it and everything. And pretty much everyone else said that they had the same experience with both the Garmin and the Rand McNally. And it didn't really matter which version you had. And some people said that they called in to Rand McNally and Garmin or whatever, and they were told that, oh yeah, you need the newer version of the device. It's fixed in that, and stuff like that. And they're like, why in the hell? Like, if this product is defective, then why in the hell aren't you updating this product to fix that problem? And then other people said, yeah, that's not true. I have that latest and greatest version that they said it's fixed in, and it has the exact same problem. And then somebody else said that Rand McNally and Garmin use the exact same place to get map data. Like, Rand McNally and Garmin, neither of them do the map data stuff. The people who make the devices, they're not the ones who make the maps. So the reason Rand McNally and Garmin have the same issues is because they're getting their map data from the same place, and it's a map data issue. But I hooked. He had never had his GPS device hooked up to the internet, or I think he did have it hooked up when he first got it. I think he said that one of his students got it hooked up to the Wi-Fi and got it updated for him, but that was a long time ago. And he asked me if I would hook up to Wi-Fi and update it for him again, and I did, and it still had the same problem. I downloaded an update. I updated the tablet to the latest version. There were 3 updates that I ran. There was an update to the tablet, there was an update to the GPS software, and then there was an update to the map data. Downloaded every update that I could possibly find, and it still had that same problem. Somebody, I think I read somewhere that what the problem might be is that the Rand McNally and Garmin GPS devices, those tablets, um, may be using cheap GPSs. I mean, that you'd think that they wouldn't be so stupid as to use like a crappy GPS module in those tablets, because that's like the primary function of the device, and they're charging a premium for the device. Um, but some people have speculated that that's probably what the problem is that they're using a cheap GPS module in the tablet, and it's just not very accurate, and it sometimes thinks that you're, 100 feet away from where you actually are. Um, and for proper mapping, especially whenever roads are really close together, you need a GPS that's accurate to within 10 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, somewhere in that area. It has to be pretty damn accurate. So that could be, oh, YRC is going to go hang out at Love's. We're hitting that 2 a.m. mark where traffic should be really dying off. Even those people that thought they were going to be driving all night are like second guessing themselves. They're like, man, I just can't do this shit. I can't stay awake. Can't stay awake. It's 2 a.m. It's the witching hour. Yeah, some people just can't stay awake at night, even regardless of how much sleep they've had. Some people just can't handle this right here, this wide open road. There's nobody, there's nothing. It's just them, and it's dark. Some people just can't handle it. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Meteor. I hope I got that on camera. That was at 2 hours and 12 minutes. I don't want to get too damn conspiracy theory here, but there, there are a lot of rumors in the conspiracy theory community that there's some type of major event going on in our solar system that they're hiding from the public, so because they don't want to scare people. We're supposedly going through some type of debris field or something, and the number of asteroids that we pass through is going to be higher than normal, and we're going to be seeing a lot more meteors. And it's supposed to start up. Um, Initially, they were saying spring of 2021, but we might actually start seeing, uh, like whenever the conspiracy theory first started, they said that it was going to start in about spring of 2021 was when we were going to start entering the edge of it. And it wasn't going to, I forget when it was going to peak. It was going to take a year or two before we got like really into it. And the number of meteors would just keep going up and up and up and up. And we had a really high probability of having some big meteors actually hit that could be capable of destroying a city. Um, this is all just like conspiracy theory stuff that's, you know, alternative media news stuff that hasn't been like verified. So this is, I love listening to conspiracy theory stuff, but if you listen to that stuff, you have to remember that a lot of those people that do that stuff, like they're professional conspiracy theorists, like David Icke. That's what he does for a living, is make up conspiracy theories and go around and do like conventions and get paid to do talks on conventions, at conventions and on radio shows and stuff like that. That's what he does for a living. So those people cannot be trusted. So I'm not saying that this is actually going to happen, But it is one of the current little conspiracy theories going around in the conspiracy theory community. And uh, a couple months ago, they said that even though it's supposed to, we're not supposed to hit the edge of it until spring of 2021. They said that we might actually start seeing some debris from it this fall, like starting around September, October. And I don't know if the number of meteors has gone up since then, but because of the conspiracy theory, there's been a lot more information circulate about all the meteors that have been happening. There's been quite a few meteors, big ones. But meteors, falling stars, whatever you want to call them, are quite frequent. Most of them are little tiny, tiny things that just very tiny, very small, burn up in the atmosphere. Um, I haven't, even though I just saw one, I haven't seen enough of them to say with any certainty that the number of meteors has increased, because they happen all the time. That is probably one of the biggest like dangers or risks to us as a species is asteroid impact. It happens on a fairly frequent basis that a big rock hits our planet. We civilization has only really existed, according to archaeologists, for a few thousand years. I think maybe 5,000 years, 5 to 10,000 years is as old as most archaeologists agree civilization is. I don't really think that's true. But supposedly, I think Sumeria is about as far back as they date civilization. Like humans existed before that, but civilization, like cities and stuff like that, they say that Sumeria was like where they developed writing and agriculture. And Sumeria, basically, they give Sumeria credit for creating modern civilization. And I think they date Sumeria back to somewhere around 10,000 years. I can't remember exactly. Don't quote me on this. But the point I'm making is, like, not only is my life insignificant, if I live to be even 100 years old, 100 years is nothing. That is so short of a time. And then you think about the United States of America. How long has the United States existed? Well, as a colony, it was somewhere back in the 1500s. Um, but then as a country, like 1776 is when we declared independence. Uh, so the United States as a country has existed since like 1776. So that's just a couple hundred years. So when we think of time, we think in incredibly small, tiny, tiny increments of time. And thinking on really tiny, tiny time scales of like 100 years, yeah, big asteroid impacts are infrequent. But thinking on them on like, every 10,000, 20, 50,000 years, they're really, really common. This asshole has their damn brights on. I'm just gonna try to look away. Anyway, I didn't really want to get into talking about conspiracy theory shit, but it's just like when I saw that meteor. And what's the difference between an asteroid and a meteor? Nothing really. We call asteroids meteors whenever they enter Earth's atmosphere. And what's weird is scientists usually call, so they call it an asteroid whenever it's just floating around in space. They call it a meteor whenever it enters Earth's atmosphere. And if it actually makes impact with the ground, they usually go back to calling it an asteroid again. They call it an asteroid impact. Some people still call it a meteor impact. And we have Meteor Crater, which is not too terribly far from where I'm at right now. They still called that one a meteor impact, basically. How far away from Meteor Crater am I? I forget exactly where it's at. When I moved out to Reno, Nevada with a couple buddies of mine, on our drive from Oklahoma, we were living in Norman, Oklahoma, and we moved to Reno. On our drive out, we took this road, and we stopped at the Grand Canyon and at Meteor Crater. They don't allow people down into the crater like they used to. I think that's what the sign said, or the tour guide. I don't think there was a. I don't remember if we talked to a tour guide there or if we just looked around at the stuff and we read things. But I think it said in their little tourist shop that there have been several excavations and they were never able to find the meteor. So what might have happened is it might have exploded on impact and just kind of disintegrated. Or it might have just been something really tiny that was just going incredibly fast. And it might be really, really deep down in the ground. And it might have impacted so hard that it disintegrated deep, deep underground. Yeah, Meteor Crater is a pretty damn big hole in the ground. And that was a little asteroid that did that. Fairly small. I don't remember what size they um, predicted that it might be, but what it's made of would make a huge difference in the size of the asteroid that it would have taken to make that, and speed. The speed, composition, and size all have a huge impact on like the impact that it has. A small object going at an incredible speed or velocity can cause more damage than a large object going slow. Take a bowling ball, for example. If somebody were to toss a bowling ball over to you, somebody's 10 feet away and they just tossed it over at you. Yeah, if it's a nice big 15-pound bowling ball, then it could potentially cause some damage to you, depending on how hard they tossed it. This damn four-wheeler behind me has got their brights on. Jesus. It's really hard for me to judge distance on how far behind me they are because they have their brights on. I'm just going to go ahead and switch lanes. I got Prime over here in the right lane. I can't believe that they're not dimming their lights. Prime running all hours of the day and night. Team driving. I'd be really curious to see the numbers on how much of Prime's fleet is team, because I suspect that they have a pretty damn big um, team fleet because of their owner operators. This damn jackass. They're bright lights. And he's slow passing me. Hurry up and get the hell around me, you jack off. He may just have his lights out of adjustment. This moron. Yeah, he doesn't even have his damn brights on. He's just got his lights out of adjustment. His lights are pointed up in the air. Maybe oh yeah, his front end is raised up. It's an SUV, and I think it's probably just packed with a ton of crap. It's real heavy in the back. So yeah, if this person's moving or something, the SUV is just completely full of crap. So what that does is it causes the suspension in the back to dip, and the front end. Um, so there's two things. This guy's slowing down. There's two things that make bright lights bright. One is usually, yes, the lights are typically brighter than your low beams. But number two is they shine straight ahead, whereas low beams are pointed down at an angle. Well, if your vehicle is tilted back like you're pulling a trailer and it's got your ass end pushed down on your car, there's a cop. Um, or why is this dumbass just speed matching me right there? I cannot stand when people do this crap. Get away from me. But yeah, it causes the rear of the vehicle to go down and the front of the vehicle to go up, and it causes low beams to basically shine straight ahead like high beams. This dumbass is scared to go around this turn and is slowing down for this turn. And now I'm going to have his bright ass lights in my mirror again because he's a moron. This is so frustrating. Let's see, I got 57 miles left until Interstate 17. Do you see how all the signs up here are really well lit up? It's because this asshole's lights are shining up in the air. That guy slowed down by a lot. The guy in that SUV. Oh my goodness. He's probably going to speed back up once we get to the other side of town. He probably slowed down because he was thinking about pulling over somewhere. He's probably looking for a gas station or something. And once we get out of town, he's probably going to speed up. Or she. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I could tell that they didn't have their high beams on because once they got alongside of me, where I could actually look down at their lights, because their lights were so bright I couldn't look at them when they were behind me. But once they got alongside of me at an angle, I could see that half of their lights were not on. I mean, they could have their high beams on, and maybe they have the lights where it turns the low beams off when the high beams come on. Like, that's what mine do. Whenever I turn my high beams on, it turns the low beams off. Yeah, now they're speeding back up. We're out of town, and they're speeding back up. They're coming around me now. Oh, my goodness. They're just driving alongside me real slow. I can't tell. They're bright. Their lights are so bright, I cannot tell if they're passing me or just driving beside me. But they're alongside my trailer right now. Why do dumbasses like this is I drive at night so that I don't have to sit here and deal with this shit. And these idiots still manage to just drive right alongside you. I don't know why people drive so close to you. Keep going that speed, please. Don't slow down again. Get the hell away from me. This person's most likely moving. I think they have every possession that they own in that vehicle. And I feel for them because I've done that. I've done that exact same thing. What they're doing right there, I've done on this road. Um, Whenever I moved back from Reno to Oklahoma City, or not, well, it technically wasn't Oklahoma City, but it was south of Oklahoma City in a small town. So when I moved back from Reno to Oklahoma, I packed everything I could into my Ford Escape, and which is a small SUV. It's one of the small SUVs. I packed everything I could into that thing and drove from Reno to Oklahoma City. And I tried to drive it straight through. It was something like it was over 2,000 miles. I think it was somewhere in the ballpark of 2,000 miles, 2,000, 2,100, 2,200 miles. I forget exactly how many miles it was, but it was over 2,000 miles, I think. I'm pretty sure. And I tried to do it in one shot, but I wasn't able to. I made it to somewhere in New Mexico. I made it about 3 hours away. I was only like 180, 200 miles away from from my destination south of Oklahoma City when I ended up having to pull over. I was nodding off the wheel. I pulled over at a gas station and just parked in their parking lot and slept in the driver's seat. There was so much shit in my uh, car, I couldn't even lean the seat back. I just kind of like dozed off for a couple hours and then woke up and drove. Finished my drive. 3 hours until we get to Phoenix. It's going to put us there at 5:08 a.m. Oh my goodness, I hope there's a parking spot. Sometimes you can get lucky. This is another reason I chose to go ahead and drive in and get there at 5 a.m. rather than wait and leave a couple hours later to get there at 7, 8 a.m. Because sometimes it's better to get in there real early at like 4 or 5 a.m. when there's not very many spots, but that's when people are just starting to leave, and you can get some of those front row spots, some of those best parking spots, those people that got there real early the day before, and they're just starting to leave at 4 or 5 a.m. And there are usually not many spots available at that time, but you can sometimes get some good spots. And I'm going to have to check out. Now, whenever I leave Phoenix headed to Coachella, I think it's going to be about a 3-hour drive. And Coachella, the TA there, the parking lot is supposedly massive, and it's pretty easy to get parking there. So I plan on going over at like 8 a.m. to get unloaded 2 hours early. And hopefully they get me unloaded early. And hopefully I'm out of there by 11 a.m. It shouldn't take them any time at all to unload this thing. There's nothing in this trailer. But if I leave at 11 and it's a 3-hour drive, I'll get there at 4. But I'm not sure about the time zone. I think Arizona might be Pacific. I don't know if they're Mountain or Pacific. Did this say Meteor City? This is probably where Meteor Crater's at. Meteor City Road. 44 miles to Flagstaff. This sounds about right. This is probably where Meteor Crater's at. But what I was thinking is that if I'm going to be getting there at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, for places where parking is really, really bad, 4 o'clock in the afternoon is iffy on whether or not you're going to be able to find a spot. For instance, Florida is one of the worst places to try to find parking, especially up and down 95 in Florida. When I picked up at Anheuser-Busch, and then I went over and scaled the load at the Pilot, like 10, 15 miles away, I scaled that load at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:30, 4 p.m., somewhere in that area, if I remember correctly. It was early in the day. And there were about 6 to 8 spots when I got there. And while I was scaling the load, moving my tandems around and everything, trucks just started streaming in right at about 4 o'clock and circling the lot. And those 6 to 8 spots disappeared really quick. And pretty much shortly after 4 o'clock, there was nothing but paid parking left. Got down to the same speed as FedEx up this hill. I suspect FedEx loads are probably rarely heavy. Most of the boxes take up a lot of space and don't weigh too terribly much. It'd probably be really rare for A FedEx to be over 20,000 pounds total gross. All right, got to watch out here. This guy's exiting, and FedEx is coming up on him hard. Damn it. It just so happened, right when I catch up to FedEx to pass him, we go over the first hill that I've slowed down on in a long time. We're down to 67 going up this thing. I'm surprised FedEx is slowing down as much as I am going up this hill. I mean, I've only got 20,000 pounds, but I suspect FedEx probably only got about 10. Truck detour ahead. Meteor crater access. Use 2 guns. There's a truck detour ahead. What the fuck? Just a second. I'm trying to catch all the signs here. End road work. Thank you. All right. I didn't even slow down. It dropped down to a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit, basically at an off ramp, and then on the on ramp, it was back up to 75. So I hadn't even bothered to tap my brakes and turn off my cruise by the time the construction ended. Okay. Signs, signs. Everywhere there's signs. Oh, man. I went to put my soda in the trash, and I don't know what in the hell I touched, but there's something wet in my trash that I touched. That's disgusting. Where's a paper towel at? Well, FedEx is way the hell behind me now. And I just was barely able to pass FedEx. And now they're way the hell behind me. Did he speed up when I tried to pass him? And then he slowed back down? I don't know what the hell. I like it though. I like my spacing. Oh crap. I think I recognize that car up in the left lane. I think that is that SUV that's moving. That has the It's that SUV that's full of luggage. And they're basically just sitting there driving alongside that truck pacing it. It's the same thing they did to me. "32 miles till the 17. Hopefully that person's not moving to Phoenix. Damn, is everybody lighter than me? I was watching somebody earlier today, a Landstar driver that was looking for loads. Her and her husband team, and she was looking for loads. And in her searches, she was searching for loads that were 39,000 pounds or less. And that got me thinking, I really don't like hauling max weight loads. And I wonder if, everybody else, like I take as much information as I can get into consideration when choosing a load. When making any decision, I try to get as much information as possible to make a decision. And everything affects whether or not I'm willing to take a load. Like if the place I have to pick up, if it's not designed for these trucks, then I'm probably not going to take that load unless it's paying some crazy premium. If the place I'm delivering is not designed to receive these trucks, then I'm probably not going to take it unless it's paying some crazy premium. Because my risk of getting into an accident is really high if I'm driving this truck somewhere that it's not designed. This dumbass just loitering out in the damn left-hand lane. It is that SUV that's moving across country. I'm slowing down and they're speeding up. So they're pulling away from me pretty good right now because I slowed down from 72 to 68 and they sped up to like 75. Oh, I wish this person had cruise control. That'd be so awesome. I wouldn't be 5 feet off their bumper like I was a minute ago. All right, let's dig for a soda. I need to restock my sodas. I thought about it whenever I was getting ready to take off today. for this drive shift a couple hours ago, and I was like, nah, I got like 4 in there. That's enough. I was being lazy and didn't feel like messing with it. Right up uh, close to Flagstaff. I can't remember exactly where. I remember it was on I-40, and it was right near where 17 and 40 intersect. I think what it is, I came up 17, I got onto 40, and I headed a couple of miles, like 5 or 10 miles east on 40, and there was a warehouse on the north side of 40. I remember picking up a load from there a long time ago, like 15 years ago. Let's see if I can spot this warehouse and recognize it. We are 27 miles, so should be between where we're at right now and Interstate 17. Should be a warehouse over on the right. This person is slowing down again and swerving all over the road, probably playing on their phone. Now they're speed matching me. They saw that I was catching up with them. Now they're starting to pull away again. They're just going to yo-yo. They're just going to keep yo-yoing. Hopefully, and when I get on the 17, I don't have to deal with them anymore. Hopefully, they don't get on the 17 with me. Now they're slowing down again. Swerving all over the damn road. They've got to be texting or something. I think they're looking for an exit. They're looking for some place to pull over. Because every time we get near a city or town or exits, they start swerving all over the place and slowing down. So I think every time we're going through one of these little towns, they're looking for some place to pull over, either to sleep or to get gas or get something to eat. I don't know what they're looking for, but every time we get near one of these little, something like this, they slow down. Truckers welcome. Truck parking, 24/7 fuel. Oh my goodness. Now I have to deal with this jackhole's lights. Oh my goodness. I can't see anything. I wish they would have just kept going fast. I'm pretty sure I'm clear of them, but it's hard to tell. So now that we're past those lights where this person slows down, they're probably going to go past me again. I wish they would just do one of two things: either slow down, stay, well, maybe just one thing, not one of two things, just one single thing. Maintain speed. That's it. Just maintain speed. Either go slow or go fast. Stop doing both and get the hell away from me, because I don't like having them behind me because of their bright ass lights, and I don't like having them in front of me because they keep changing their speed, and it kills my space in front of me. Just wish they would pick a speed and stick with it. But about 25 more miles, and hopefully won't have to deal with it anymore. And 25 miles to a truck driver is nothing. That's nothing. Unless it's driving around in town. 25 miles driving around in town sucks. All right, I got a little hill. I'm not going to bother putting it in power mode because this hill looks teeny tiny. Hopefully John Christner slows down a little bit with me. Otherwise, we're just going to be driving side by side up this hill. I'm maintaining my speed fairly well. I'm going to give it a little bit of throttle because we're about to hit another section of hill. We'll speed up a little bit, get on around. And we got a decent distance between us and them now. Now we'll just have to wait and see if that SUV passes them. I hope they don't. I hope they stay behind them, because then Christner can block their headlights while I get some distance. If they pass Christner, then I'm basically stuck with them. They're just going to sit behind me shining their brights until they decide to pass me. Driving out west for USA Truck, you don't see a whole lot of other USA Trucks out here. Last time I was out here, I only saw one other USA Truck, I think. One, it might have been two. But I think I only saw one, and I think the one that I saw was hauling pods, and that's dedicated. Um, that's flatbed. And I think I've talked about that before in videos, and that would be hilarious if that counted as flatbed experience. Because Miguel, when he told me about what the pods account was, it's a dedicated account. Um, he told me that it is all drop and hook, and it's all like, you don't do any securement at all. The pods are already loaded, they're already strapped down, and You don't have to do any securement. It's drop and hook, and it's pretty much like hauling dry van is what it's like. I can't think of anything that's different on pulling a flatbed versus a dry van if you're not doing securement. I mean, yeah, you have to know enough about securement to be able to inspect and make sure that it is properly secured. But man, if that counts as flatbed experience, then imagine somebody that's been doing nothing but that for like 4 years, and then they get hired on to some flatbed company that's really difficult to get on with, some badass flatbed company that pays like $1 million and stuff, because this person has 4 years of flatbed experience. And then they get out there on their very first load and they've never secured a load before, and they have to tarp and secure a load. All they've ever done is just make sure that the straps are tight on something that's been, secured by somebody else. That's all they've ever done. That would be that'd be pretty bad. I would really hate to be the customer that's having their product move across country by somebody who's never been properly trained. I would hope that somebody that's in that position, if they had a job that was classified as one thing, but they didn't really do that job, they didn't fully do that job, they're not fully qualified to do that. Like, let's say that somebody was hired as a pilot, and they were they were working for American Airlines, and their title was technically pilot, but all they did was like reports or something. They were technically hired as a pilot, but they never got their and they let's say they never got their pilot license. They never flew a plane or whatever. Let's say they did get their pilot license. They did the absolute minimum to get their pilot license. Got hired by American Airlines as a pilot, and American Airlines didn't have any pilot positions available, so they just had them doing other work, uh, ticket person or whatever, or the steward person on the plane. Just had them doing other jobs while they were waiting for a pilot position to come available. But they were paying them as a pilot, and their title was officially pilot. Now, this is probably a bad example because pilots uh, keep track of flight hours, and that's kind of like years of experience doesn't mean very much in pilot. It's flight hours. So let's pretend that flight hours don't exist. um, but this person's been working for American Airlines for 5 years, technically as a pilot, but all they've really done is go to flight school at some college, and they got their pilot's license, and they've never flown a commercial airliner. And then they get hired at United Airlines, and United thinks this guy's been flying planes at American for 4 years, and they just throw them behind the wheel of a plane. All right, that SUV passed John Christner and is now catching up with me. Oh my goodness. We got 11 miles left until we're getting on 17. Please don't take 17. Please don't take 17. But, like, I think it would take a really shitty person, just like a scum of a human being. It's the equivalent of lying. If you withhold crucial information, that is the same as lying. So if somebody's in that position and they get hired on at, United, and United, tells them, yeah, come in Monday and we're going to have you fly from, Oklahoma City to Dallas. you're going to fly a 747 from Oklahoma City to Dallas, and that person just shows up because they really want the job, and they're afraid that if they tell the truth, that they're not going to get hired, and they got hired in at a really good salary because of their years of experience, so they're just going to come in and try to wing it. What a worthless piece of shit person that would be. That's the same as the flatbed person who technically has flatbed experience but really has never secured a load. That's the same position. They're getting hired into a role that they're not qualified for, and they're withholding crucial information about their qualifications, and they're just going to go out there and try and wing it. And they're putting everyone's lives at risk around them. Everyone in that plane is going to be at risk. Everyone on the road near that flatbed is going to be at risk. The cargo that flatbed is hauling is going to be at risk. Here comes that SUV around me. Now, I am going 65 because we're going uphill. And I have not seen that warehouse, but I haven't really been able to look because I've been monitoring this SUV situation and then monitoring the vehicles in front of me. That damn SUV is just sitting out in the left lane with their bright lights on. They're just loitering in the left lane. If they were behind me, the bright lights wouldn't be so bad, but they're just hanging out in the damn left-hand lane. I'm just going to move over to left lane. There, now I can see again. They're swerving all over the road. I can see, and then they swerve over onto the shoulder, and then I can't see. They're still like a quarter mile behind me. I hope they just move over to the damn right lane. Flagstaff, next 5 exits. We got 7 miles until our exit. And it is like 15 degrees outside probably. My gauge says 22, but it's been off by about 5 degrees. And whenever I checked weather.com, it said it was going to get down to like 17, 19 degrees in Flagstaff. Oh, we got uneven lanes trying to get over. That person finally moved over to the right lane. They're still about a quarter mile behind me. So we went ahead and moved back over to the right lane. Oh my goodness, they're bright ass lights. 5.5 miles. FedEx Critical. those things have got to pay really, really well. Anything that you're going to carry that's going to require like a specialized vehicle that can only carry that type of freight has got to pay really well to justify the purchase of that vehicle. And I've heard that some of these critical loads, now there's a lot of requirements on them. I don't know if you have to have one of those short little trucks like that. I think you actually do. I don't think you can haul those critical loads in a normal trailer. I think they have to be the short trucks so that they can get into places that these tractor trailers cannot get into. I think. I don't know. But sorry, just watching mirrors. You need to watch your mirror all the way through the lane change in case there's something in your blind spot as you're changing the lane. Um, if there is something in your blind spot, like a car, it'll usually pop out of your blind spot and you'll be able to see it. And then you can stop the lane change. Avoid hitting them. But yeah, I'm not sure what the vehicle requirements are on those critical loads. I know that they're all team. That alone tells me I'm never going to haul that shit. I'm never going to team drive. But I've heard that some of those critical loads pay so well that you can like do one load a month or one load every couple of months and make a lot of money. I heard that some of those loads pay crazy money, like $20,000 to $40,000. I don't know how true that crap is. Um, that might be people exaggerating it. That damn SUV is on my ass. Oh my God, they're bright ass lights. I can't see shit. Please do not get on 17. 1.3 miles. I hope this idiot's moving to LA and not Phoenix. You can, I don't know if you can see it in the video, like, but whenever they swerve over and get out from behind me and their lights are shining around my trailer, you can see them lighting up everything. Oh my God, oh my God, I'm so fucking pissed right now. Oh, sweet, sweet. That SUV took the same exit as me, but they took a right at the split and went on that highway. I don't know if they screwed up and like took the wrong exit and they were supposed to be getting on 17, or if they were intending to, take that exit. Either way, even if they just screwed up, it should put them far enough behind me that I don't ever see them again. Nice. Nice. Now this, be alert next 40 miles. Ugh. This should be a nice, easy drive. At this hour, there should be almost no traffic on this road. Hopefully this guy in front of me is a local and is going to be exiting here pretty soon because they're going about the same speed as me. They just drifted from the left lane into the right lane. Maybe they're taking this exit. Or maybe they just drifted lanes. What in the hell were we talking about? I don't remember what we were talking about. Sorry. No trucks over 30 tons or something like that on that highway. That would have probably been a good sign to have at the exit instead of like on the off ramp. But I guess they could have just gotten right back on the on ramp. So that works. Come on, man. Speed up. All right, I got the cruise going again. Let's see what this person does. They'll probably just keep putting around until I go to pass them, and then they'll speed up. Now they're speed matching me. Now they're pulling away. See, exactly what I just said. They'll probably just putt around until I go to pass them, and then they'll speed up. I hate people so much. Like, I just hope he keeps, going fast and he doesn't slow down or speed match me right there. Nobody on the road but this guy. This will be good once he gets away from me. He is, hopefully he set his cruise, but he is still pulling away from me. That's good. We got our space now. Um, that's what a lot of dumbasses do, is they're not really paying attention to how fast they're going. And then whenever they see somebody trying to pass them, they look down at their speedometer and see how fast they're going. And then they'll adjust their speed. And then once there's nobody around them, they stop paying attention to how fast they're going again. random piece of information. My microwave. It's not like a microwave specifically for trucks. It's just it's like a 1,000 or 1,100 watt microwave that I got at Walmart, and I've got it hooked up to my inverter, which is like a 2,500 watt inverter. So there's 3 different things that I've tried on the microwave. Um, Having it hooked up to so I have outlets that are hooked directly to the APU's generator. Hooking the microwave up to those outlets and trying to pack a bog, pop a bag of popcorn. The popcorn will not pop. The microwave will not get hot enough to pop popcorn. Hooking it up to the inverter, it will pop popcorn, but the inverter starts it starts beeping at me that basically something's drawing more power than it can supply. It's giving like an under voltage error or something. Now I have not, it will pop the bag of popcorn, but it takes a long time. And it makes the popcorn kind of taste bad because it's been in there for so long, cooking at a low heat. It like causes some of it to kind of almost burn, but not quite. I mean, it's not burnt, but I don't know how to describe it. It's like a stale taste. Kind of like dries it out. But I microwaved something for like 4 minutes while the truck was running. The truck's alternator puts out a lot more power than the APU alternator. So I heated up some leftover beans earlier today, and I ran the truck engine while I ran the microwave, and it the inverter did not beep at me. So it appears that the main engine alternator is putting off enough power that I can run the microwave at full power. Probably, I think it's probably full power. But the alternator on the APU and the generator on the APU. So that's my order of power output. The generator on the APU puts out very little power, which is surprising because I thought that the generator on the APU was like a 6,000 watt generator. And my inverter is only 2,500 watts. So I thought that the APU generator would put out the most power, but it doesn't. I probably need to check my APU and make sure that the generator belt is not loose and the alternator belt is not loose. The alternator belt got loose a while back, and I had to put it into the shop and have the belt tightened and replaced. And when I had them do that, I told them to go ahead and put on a brand new generator belt. So I have a brand new generator belt and a brand new alternator belt put on at a dealer. Is that a car? That is a car. Not easy to see that car. They were pulled way over in the grass. Thank you, Mr. Bright Lights. So I do have a solution. Maybe it's an amperage issue. Maybe it's really high voltage and low amperage to get to the 6,000 watts. And maybe the microwave uses really high amperage and low voltage. Who knows? So let's go back and talk about my temperature issues with sleeping. So one of the problems I'm having right now is that it's really cold at night, but it's nice and kind of warm during the day. And with the greenhouse effect, with it being just like 50 degrees outside, it can get up to 70 plus degrees in here, 80 degrees in the truck with the greenhouse effect. So if I start going to sleep during the day, I'm going to be running the air conditioner. And when the sun goes down and it drops down to like 30 degrees outside and I don't have the greenhouse effect anymore, then the temperature drops in here like crazy. And vice versa, whenever I start sleeping at night and I go to sleep with the heater on, and then the sun comes up and the greenhouse effect kicks on, and I don't like how the Carrier trucks only rest area open quarter mile. I don't like the way the Carrier APU is set up to where you can't like program in a temperature and just have it maintain that temperature. Now you can do that, but you have to enable comfort monitor, and the way that you enable comfort monitor is really janky. So I have battery monitor enabled all the time. If the voltage gets low, it kicks on the APU to charge the batteries. So with the comfort monitor, what it'll do is you can set a temperature and it will just turn the APU on and off to maintain that temperature. That sounds great in theory, right? It'll turn on the heat or the air or the air conditioning, heat or cold. It'll just whatever it needs to maintain that temperature. What in the hell is that guy on the on-ramp? Parked on the on-ramp, it looks like. Um, but the problem is that if it is able to get to the desired temperature really quickly, then it'll chew up the battery really bad. Because what it does is whenever you are starting an engine, the cranking uses a lot of power. It uses a lot of power to crank an engine. So I have a ton of stuff using power in this truck. So there's a pretty damn good power drain on the batteries all the time. And if the engine is turning on every 15 minutes and then running for like 5 minutes and then turning off, and then 15 minutes later it's kicking back on and running for 5 minutes, the amount of time it's running it's not charging the battery as much as the powers it's using to turn on. And that's what it's doing whenever it's not having to work very hard to regulate the temperature. It just is constantly turning on and off and just burning the hell out of the battery. And then what ends up happening is my battery monitor kicks in and says the battery voltage is low, and it kicks into battery monitor mode and turns on the APU to charge the batteries. Well, when it kicks on to battery monitor mode, it doesn't turn the air conditioner or heater on. Comfort mode, the comfort monitor mode is ignored until battery monitor mode turns the APU back off. So it basically, after about 8 hours of the damn thing turning on and off, my batteries will get low, battery monitor will kick in, and then my heat and my air is shut off while it'll run for several hours, like 4 to 8 hours to charge the batteries. So for 4 or 8 hours, I'm not going to have any heat or air. So then I'll end up waking up hot or cold. Now, the comfort monitor mode is fine whenever it's having to run the APU for at least an hour at a time. But whenever it's only turning the APU on for like 5 or 10 minutes, it seems to use more power turning the APU on than what it's generating while it's running. And it just, like I said, it just kills the battery. It uses so much battery that I can run all of my stuff on just battery power without running the microwave. Just all of my stuff, my laptop and my TV and all 3 of my refrigerators, I can sit here um, on just battery for probably at least 24 hours. But if that APU is constantly starting and stopping, it'll get my batteries down to where I'll start getting audible errors. The truck will start buzzing at me once it gets below a certain voltage. The truck will start buzzing at me and shit, and the battery monitor mode will kick in after only about 8 hours of the APU turning on and off. So that APU cranking seems to use a ton of power. I don't know. I might give Comfort Monitor another try once I get down here to Phoenix. What I generally do is I just turn the APU on and let it run the entire time and just set a temperature. But the only thing that sucks about that is that second, I'm trying to look through the turn. I can only set it to either hot or cold. And the other thing I hate about Carrier is you can't program a temperature. It's just this slider, and you just slide it around, and you have no idea what temperature it's set at. You just slide this slider between hot and cold. And I generally put it on all the way over to cold, which I believe is 64 degrees. That's as cold as you can set it. And when I'm running the heater, I set it at 64. When I'm running the air conditioner, I set it at 64. Man, this is nice. I should probably not jinx myself, but there, aside from that guy when I first got on the interstate, there hasn't really been another vehicle on the road with me. I knew well, I didn't know for sure, but I suspected 17 was going to be like this. I think I said it whenever I first got on 17 that this is probably going to be a desolate road, especially at this hour on the weekend, on a Saturday night, Sunday morning. But this is awesome. I love this. We've got 2 hours left until we get to our destination, the Loves, and we're supposed to get there shortly after 5 a.m., 5:08 a.m. And I'm hoping there's some people pulling out of the best spots whenever I get there. But the Trucker Path app had on there that that the spots basically were filling up at that place um, somewhere around 4 or 5 in the afternoon is when people were reporting it as full. 18-mile downgrade, 2 miles ahead. Holy crap. 18-mile downgrade? Well, my gauge says 24 degrees. We'll see what the temperature is in 18 miles. Let's go ahead and tap the brakes. Trucks, vehicles, pulling trailers, check brakes in half a mile. Um, we're going to pull over at the brake check area and we're going to put an annotation. Oh, shit. Oh, I thought that was just a scenic view, but it's actually the brake check area. We were only going 40 miles an hour. If there's a brake check area listed like that, there's one on Donner Pass as well. You are, as far as I know, you are required by law to um, to check your brakes. And annotate. Brake check. God, I hate this ELD. All right, I'm going to pause this while I do this because there's just going to be like 5 minutes of sitting here staring. So give me a minute. All right. Are you recording again? I think I got to be really careful to, what the shit? There's a four-wheeler that just came in and was hauling ass down. They were driving way too damn fast. I had my indicator on. I was trying to get out into this little roadway here, and they were hauling ass down the roadway. So I just turned my indicator off, and I was going to wait for them to go by, and they whipped in behind me, pulled off the road behind me. Probably stopped to use the restroom or something. That person hauling doubles did not stop for the brake check. I don't know if they enforce that kind of stuff anymore. Now I've got 2 damn trucks. I was out here all by myself. I pull over for the fucking brake check, and 2 jackasses don't stop for the brake check. And uh, now I'm driving in between 2 trucks. Actually, 3 trucks. Now I'm in a pack of 3 trucks. That pisses me off. The sign said that all trucks check brakes in half a mile at brake check area. That's a mandatory brake check. You have to pull over and log on your log that you checked your brakes on a mandatory brake check. When I drove line haul, with Conway, which is now XPO, my main route was Reno to Sacramento across Donner Pass, and there's a mandatory brake check on that thing. And back then, if Highway Patrol saw you blow by that thing, they'd pull your ass over and ticket you. We're gonna, I want to grab a lower gear. This gear is not holding it that well. Oh, never mind. We were good. I just had it in level 1. I thought I had it in level 3. I'm glad that this place doesn't have the stupid, like, 20-mile-per-hour speed limit like some of these damn places have. I think this is the jackass that was flying through the brake check area. That car probably pulled over to use the restroom. Here he comes flying by me. He's got his damn bright lights on. Looks like the same damn bright lights that were going down through that rest area. Oh my God. It's that idiot. Oh my God, it's that idiot. They caught back up with me. They took the wrong fucking exit on Highway 84. And now they caught back up with me. Oh my God. I'm behind that moron again. In case you couldn't recognize them, it's that SUV that the person's moving and the SUV is just packed full of shit and their headlights are pointed straight forward because their ass end is tilted down because it's so heavy, so overweight. We're already up to 41 degrees. What was it, 24 degrees when we started this? And it says 41 degrees now. I had a feeling that the person in that SUV just took the wrong damn exit. This isn't really that bad at all. It's not like continuous, it's just little brief spurts of downgrade. Oh, here we go. 6% for 4 miles. This could actually be. I got some super trucker behind me that's catching up with me. I haven't had to really touch my brakes this entire grade. I can't even put it all the way to my max. When I was braking at the very beginning, it was because I was on the lowest level engine brake setting. I thought I was on the highest. I pulled it down, but I apparently didn't pull it down as hard as I thought I did. But ever since then, I haven't really had to touch my brakes. And if I put it into the highest engine brake setting, then it's slowing me down too much. So I've been going between off, 1 and 2 mainly. It's off right now. All right. Now we're in 2 right now because we're just about to start a 6% grade, and we're going to slow it down. And right when the grade starts, when I start feeling it pull, we're going to go into 3 once it starts accelerating up. This doesn't feel like 6%. We're going back into 1. 2 is slowing us down. Now we're in 2. Now we're 3 because it's picking up a little bit. It's maintaining us at 3. We're basically maintaining speed at 3. And it's in a high gear. I'm only at 1500 RPMs. It could downshift and put me in a lower gear, but the engine brakes would be too powerful. Then they would maybe slow me down too much. We're basically maintaining right here where we're at. This is good. All right, engine brake off. Should be close to the end. Oh man, I'm gonna turn the heater down. Shit. I think the engine got warmed up while we were doing that. Commercial vehicles, right lane only, half mile ahead. They must have some kind of camera system or weigh in motion or something, because commercial vehicles are only allowed in the right lane for the next 1.5 miles. So I'm going to try to keep my distance on FedEx. Right there it is. There is a pole with a whole bunch of cameras on it. End of the lane restriction. 3 to 4% grade the next 3 miles. And that should be the end of it. Oh, wow. There's like 3 or 4 spots open at that rest area. 4 or 5. That's a good sign. That makes me hopeful that the Loves is going to have a spot when I get there. My trainer Miguel, I hate to throw him under the bus. I've done it several times though, and I think I've even told this story before. His route, his dedicated route that he doesn't really have any mountains, and he was wanting to show off because he said that he's like a really good mountain driver, like he's really amazing at driving mountains. So he took me on a route, one of the routes that you can take to get to Denver. He cut across over to I-25, and on I-25 there are some mountains south of Denver, because he wanted to show me his mountain driving skills. He was like, "Yeah, I'm really good at mountains." And I'm like, "Yeah, all right, that's cool." Because he was asking me about my previous experience and stuff, and I was like, "Yeah, he was one of those people who does that typical stuff that almost all truck drivers seem to do, the one-upmanship stuff. You tell them something about you, and then they have to try to come up with something that they did that's better than that. So he's asking me, about my previous driving experience. I was telling him, and as part of my driving experience, I just drove back and forth Reno to Sacramento over Donner Pass, going up and down that mountain and chaining a lot. And he was like, "Oh, I'm an amazing mountain driver. Oh man, I don't do it very much on this route, but I used to. I used to drive mountains all the time, and I'm amazing at it." And he said, "Did you drive a manual?" And I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I haven't driven an automatic until just now." um, well, now the temperature is saying that it's 33. It got up to 42, and now it's saying 33. Land has not gotten flat enough yet to throw on the cruise control. So he took me on 25 on one of the times we went to Denver to show off his amazing mountain driving skills. He can't drive for shit. He scared the hell out of me. He's an absolute moron. That's the nicest way I can put it. So apparently to him, being good at driving across mountains is not about maintaining appropriate speed. It's about going as fast as you possibly can without running off the road. So he thought he was really good at driving across mountains because he could drive through them really fast. The truck was governed at 65, and you got an overspeed event if the truck ever hit 71. He got like 3 or 4 overspeed events going down that hill. He was going so fast, and it's such a windy road that he was using both lanes. And the truck has camera systems and collision avoidance systems in it. If it detects that you drift out of your lane, it creates an event. So in order to keep from getting events, he basically just drove down the mountain with his turn signal on. If you have your turn signal on and you go across a lane, it doesn't trigger an event. So he's basically flying down this mountain, going 5 to 6 miles an hour over our governed speed with his turn signal on, drifting back and forth between the lanes because he's going so fast around the turns that he can't maintain a single lane in the turn. He's having to use 2 lanes to go through the turns. And to him, he was an amazing mountain driver. Yeah. What was even dumber on top of dumb is that I think it was below freezing conditions, because this was in February. There wasn't any ice or snow on the road that I could see, but it was below freezing conditions. And he's driving like a damn maniac down the hill. I mean, is that what they think a good driver is? Is that you can go really fast without getting into an accident? That makes you a good driver? That just makes you lucky. You're being very dangerous. You're being very unsafe, and you're getting lucky. You're getting really lucky. You keep driving like that, and your luck's eventually going to run out. All right, we're going to go ahead and set the cruise. It appears we're down to normal, like mountain driving or normal hilly driving. 97 miles to Phoenix. Yeah, that's shit right there is part of the reason why team driving sucks so bad. Is that there are so many people in this industry, trainers included, these people that are supposedly trainers, some of them are really bad drivers. Because to be a trainer at these companies, there's not really much of any vetting process. It's just you choose to be a trainer. Oh, this is annoying. The temperature keeps bouncing between like 33 and 34. And every time the temperature drops down, it pops up on my screen giving me a freezing warning, letting me know that temperatures are low enough for, you know, things to freeze. I have to keep clearing it off because it blocks all of my digital readouts when it does that. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why team driving sucks. Well, team driving sucks because living in, you know, this small tiny space with another person sucks. Um, I've lived in an apartment, a studio apartment with a good friend of mine that I had known for 3 or 4 years, and we couldn't get along in that apartment. He drove me absolutely crazy because he did things that were just inconsiderate. It was a studio apartment, one single room, and he would just wake up, turn the TV on, and start playing video games with the volume up really high, and just wake me up. You know, stuff like that. Um, there are bodily functions that are outside of our control. You know, in a studio apartment, even if you go into the bathroom to relieve yourself, it's still going to float into the bedroom, the living room, whatever room you want to call it. It's the everything room, the room. All right, let's throw this thing into power mode. What is with this right lane? I don't know what's the deal with this right lane. Is it's blocked? Yeah, it's exit only. There it goes. I was like, this thing looks like it's continuing on. Shit, I got a four-wheeler coming up on me. Come on. Oh, no, there's no way they're going to catch up with me in time. Well, I'm sorry, four-wheeler. I tried to wait on you to pass, but the damn four-wheeler just, like, got up to the back of my trailer and stopped. I was hoping that they would speed up and get around me, but instead they just stopped behind me. I think they were trying to be nice and let me around the truck. It would have been nicer if they would have just, like, sped up and gone around. Slow traffic ahead next 5 miles. Is this really a 5-mile grade? Are you kidding me? Don't hit your brakes, SUV. This SUV is hitting his damn brakes. What in fucking idiot. I had to hit my damn brakes because of this moron. Get away from me, SUV. You do the dumb things. He jammed me in behind FedEx, and then he jammed me in behind that other truck. I think it was a car hauler. I didn't get a good look at it because I was paying too much attention to this SUV that was stopping in the left lane. But we're climbing. We're doing it. I'm glad I selected power mode because if I would have left it in economy mode, this damn thing would have let me drop down to like 30 miles an hour. I've basically been hovering around 50. It's speeding up now. We're hitting some not so steep right now. We're up to 42 degrees again. There are some huge temperature swings through these mountains. .44, it's warming up. It's kind of crazy because we're going up in elevation, but we are going south. Once we get going down the other side of this, the temperature is probably going to go up quite a bit. 45 degrees. Well, now I've got really good spacing again. Now, this is really steep right here. Trucks over 13 tons, right 2 lanes only, so we have a climbing lane. Yeah, it had to drop a gear for this section right here. Right here where we got the climbing lane, it dropped down to 9th gear and we're doing 42. .41. This is kind of concerning me. This is a pretty damn steep hill. This is concerning me a little bit because I had some work done where they drained out some coolant. It was whenever I had my APU worked on last time, they changed a couple of coolant hoses on the APU. And whenever they do that, they always lose some coolant. And I have not filled up the coolant since then. So my coolant is not up at max level, it's down at minimum level. So if if the engine gets really hot, it sucks that coolant down when the engine's working really hard, and it could suck the coolant level down to a point where it triggers a low coolant alarm. And if this thing triggers a low coolant alarm, it's considered a critical event, a critical error. And any critical error that happens on the truck will cause it to go into like a low power mode, power restricted mode. And this thing will slow down to like 15 miles an hour going up a hill. So we are over that mountain. Mr. Bright Lights. Just don't care. Just rolling with the brights on. Man, if you can't drive with your low beams at night, don't night drive. You can't see well enough to night drive. If you have to have your high beams on to drive at night, then you do not belong driving. You probably don't belong driving at all. You probably shouldn't be driving at all. In all honesty, you probably should not have a license. And I've heard a lot of people say that the reason they don't drive at night is because they can't see worth a damn at night. There's something wrong with their eyes. Well, you can't always avoid that. So maybe they should start testing for night vision. And if you can't see at night, maybe you shouldn't have a license. Or maybe they should add some new restriction where you're not allowed to drive after dusk. I think we're going up a very slight grade. But we've got to have some kind of downhill here shortly. We're 44 degrees, and we're going, we've got to be going down a hill here before long. Before we get into Phoenix, we've got to go downhill. Because Phoenix is not a high desert that I know of. I don't think it is. 45 degrees, and we're up in the mountains. We're up in the mountains, and it's 45 degrees. So once we get through these mountains and we go down the mountain and we're further south, shit, it's probably 70 degrees in Phoenix. I think I'm going to make a couple of videos on how to use the carrier APU, like how to use comfort monitor and how to use battery monitor, because it's not very intuitive. We got a cop coming up. Is he pulling me over? Or is he passing me? He's passing me. That was weird. I've never been pulled over before that I can remember. I was pulled over in a personal vehicle one time. But the speed limit's 75. I've got my cruise set at 72. So I'm not speeding. I couldn't tell if that was a super trooper or a sheriff or a local. My guess is that it's probably a sheriff or a local because super troopers typically are not going to be running their lights like that when they're heading somewhere because it's very confusing to people on the road. Like, are you pulling me over? What's going on? 48 degrees. I hope there's not a damn accident up here. $49 degrees. I can still see mountains ahead of me. So we're not to the point yet where we're about to go downhill. We got a nice little downhill going on right here. Ooh, did you see those tire marks? Somebody came through this turn too damn fast on this downhill. They picked up a lot of speed. You see, man, there's tire marks all over the place of people not. Oh my goodness, there's tons. I don't know if you can see them in the camera. There's none right here. Right here? Yep. It's going to be in these turns. This is downhill with some fairly sharp turns. They should probably have some signs up for these turns and the downhill. But yeah, right there where the downhill started, there was some more going over the ditch right there. Tons and tons of tire marks. And you could tell one of them was right there when the downhill started. There was a sharp turn. So somebody, it looked like a big truck tire mark. Um, Somebody probably picked up a lot of speed right when the downhill started. And then it went into that turn, and that was a pretty sharp turn. And they were probably not able to control the truck through that turn because of how much speed they picked up. And it looked like they slid off the road, or at least to the guardrail on the left side. I didn't see any guardrail damage, so that tire mark was probably really old, and they've already replaced the guardrail. That's not something I want to be known for. You know, be like, Yeah, you know that where that grade starts is a sharp turn on 17 right there at so and so mile marker going south. Yeah, that's me. That all that tire tread across there. Yeah, that's me. I hope I don't ever have a story like that. Yeah, you shouldn't have to use your bright lights to see at night. The only reason you use your brights at night is to see further down the road for any kind of, anything in the road. You shouldn't have to run your brights just to drive at night. It's the only time I turn them on is when there are no other cars anywhere near me, and I just want to see down the road for a deer in the road or something like that. I want to be able to see further down the road for any kind of obstacles that might be in the road. And I get a little concerned when there's no vehicle in front of me when I haven't when I don't know how long it's been since a vehicle has passed through this area going this direction. I start to get a little concerned, and that's when I start using my brights a little bit more, is because if there hasn't been a vehicle pass through here in a while, then animals will be more likely to walk out onto the roadway, and animals really like to walk out onto the roadway. The worst place I've driven for animals is Interstate 49 in Missouri, in between Joplin and Kansas City, mainly south down around Joplin, but um, the southern portion of that, I I have no idea how many possums I saw on the road in that area. It was just a crazy number of possums. Thank you a lot, Mr. Bright Lights. I'm glad you can see. I'm happy for you, but you're really killing my vision. And I hope the camera is pointed at a decent area, because the camera actually came unstuck from the window, and I had to bust out the bottle of alcohol and some paper towels and clean off the window and the suction cup and put it back on. So it's probably not in the same spot it's normally in. I am not sure if we're out of the mountains. Uh, the mountains I thought we were going to continue going over are over to my right now. So maybe we're just driving around the remainder of the mountains. I think we're still at a fairly high elevation, so I think we're going to be going down in elevation before we get to Phoenix. I need to get an altimeter. That's what I need. I've actually looked for one, and I thought it would be easy to find one for the truck, but the only altimeters I could find for vehicles, um, well, no, that's not right. I take that back. I was not looking for an altimeter. I was looking for. I did this guy get on the on ramp, or did he take? All right, yeah, he's on the on ramp. Um, Tanker. It wasn't an altimeter that I was looking for in the truck. It was I forget what it's called. It's like a tilt meter. It tells you what your angle is. I was wanting to get one of those for the truck. I would like to have an altimeter as well. But whenever I was looking for it, the only one that I could find for vehicles were for people that like to off-road. You know, those people who try to drive their Jeep up a cliff and stuff like that. And there were a lot of complaints about how inaccurate it was. And for it to be very useful in the truck, it would have to be incredibly accurate, because we're not talking about, you know, 45-degree grades here. We're talking about grades of 7% or less. So it would have to be accurate to within like a 0.25% for it to be of much use. All right, we got 3 hours and 21 minutes until we need to take a rest break, and we've only got an hour until we get to Phoenix. And it seems like we've done a lot of uphill without a lot of downhill. So that's why I'm thinking we've still got a big downhill before we get to Phoenix. I didn't realize that it was this mountainous on 17. I didn't remember it being this mountainous. But luckily, it's not that big of a deal because we only got a 19,000-pound load. I'm curious as to how many people use weight as a factor in picking a load. Because like I was saying earlier, that Landstar driver I was seeing picking a load, she was looking for loads less. She wasn't even displaying loads over 39,000 pounds. Well, nothing came up in her search, so then she had to increase it to 40,000 pounds, and then like 16 loads popped up. Ugh, ugh. But I hope that there are a lot of drivers that use that to pick loads, because heavy loads should not pay the same as light loads. And that's something that ticks me off, is whenever there's a heavy load, like a really heavy, like a near max weight load, that they're just paying the same as all the other loads in the area. They're not paying anything extra. They're just paying the normal rate that everybody else is paying. Well, screw that. No, that heavy load costs a lot more in fuel and wear and tear on the vehicle. It takes longer to get there. It's a lot more stress. Like, there should be a huge premium based on weight. Weight is a pretty big factor when I'm picking a load. Weight and where it's going. Like a 45,000 pound load that I'm going to be driving on, like if I'm going to be driving it between two places where I'm not going to be driving through a lot of congested traffic. Congested traffic is really bad for heavy loads because your acceleration and deceleration are really slow. So anything that causes you to speed up and slow down is bad for heavy loads. And then lots of mountains or big hills. So if it's, let me give you an example of two destinations where the weight, I would still want a premium for hauling the weight, but it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like Kansas City, like picking up in Spring Hill, Kansas, and taking it to um, like Amarillo, Texas, there's not much in the way of mountains in between those two, just some rolling hills. And the only city you really drive through is Oklahoma City, and you can basically bypass the city on a toll road. So it's really not that bad. If they were, I wouldn't haul it for the same price as a light load. But if they were paying a premium on that load, if it was a good paying load, I would haul it. But you take a load from Spring Hill, Kansas, which is basically southwest Kansas City, going to like Northern California. I don't know, maybe Northern California, I could take that load down into LA and then drive it up the I-5 and avoid driving across Wyoming and the mountains over there in east of Salt Lake and then Donner Pass. If I was going to have to drive that load across Wyoming and then the mountains east of Salt Lake and Donner Pass, max weight load, screw that crap unless it's paying a crazy amount of money. $43. But you can avoid that route to get to Northern California. You can drive down and basically take the route that I was just taking, but instead of cutting down 17 to Phoenix, go ahead and take 40 over to the LA area and then hop onto the 5 or maybe even the 99, I think it is. There's a highway that runs north-south. I don't remember ever driving that highway, so I'm hesitant to recommend that, but you know, that's a possibility. All right, this 2 miles ahead downgrade. This might finally be the downgrade that gets us down to flat land out of the mountains. So 2 miles ahead is when the downgrade starts. Trucks, vehicles, pulling trailers, check brakes, equipment. Sons of bitches. You know what? I'm going to go buy it. I'm not going to stop and do a brake check. I did a brake check at the last one. And if they want to make a stink about it, I'll say, well, I did a brake check. 99.9% chance nobody's ever going to know. Seven miles. 7 miles of twisties and downhill. All right, we're at 46 degrees, 6% grade for the next 5 miles. I wonder if it's a solid 6% for the whole time. All right, trucks, vehicles, going to use lower gears next 5 miles. Well, when is this damn grade going to start? Because my engine brakes are bringing me to a stop. All right, we got the engine brakes off, and we're gaining a little bit of speed, not much. I'm light enough that even on a 6% grade, probably not going to have to use my brakes. I'm not even able to keep it into high or level 3 engine brakes. I'm having to drop it down to 1 and 2 because it's just slowing me down too much. We're in 2 right now. All right, we're dropping it down into 3, and it's maintaining. Now it's slowing me down. All right, let's drop it down to 2, 1, off. Just coasting right now. 1, 2, 3. Slowing me down. 2, 1, 2. 1, and we're gonna go off. And we're gonna have to use some throttle because we're going uphill now. All right, we're gonna let it coast down a little bit because we're about to start another downhill. Gonna let it just coast and slow down. 2 miles of 6% grade. I might have to give it some throttle here because we're still going on flat land. Just kind of coasting. And we're going uphill. All right, now we're going 1. It just went from uphill to downhill really quick. All right, we're on 3. We're still on 3. We're going to give it a little bit of brakes. It's kind of maintaining speed on 3, but we got up to 67, and I don't want to go that fast. So we used the brakes, and we got down to 62. And it's maintaining 62 on 3 right now. We're still at 63. See all these damn skid marks from trucks? There's a lot of people that don't know how to drive up and down mountains. 64, and we're starting to decelerate. All right, we're going to turn it off because it looks like we're about to go uphill. Yep. Now we're giving it throttle. We're at 63. That thing says 60. Well, now it says 63. It said 64, and then it said 63. They have little radar detector speed limit signs that tell you how fast you're going. All right. Put the engine brakes back down. We're on 2, 1, none. Temperature is 51 degrees. Now we're on fairly flat land. We should be exiting the hills here any second. "52 miles to Phoenix." Just coasting, coasting, coasting. We're going to give it engine brake level 1 because we're going down a very slight hill. Now let's turn it back off. All right, speed limit 75. So the 65 mile per hour speed limit's over and done with, which tells me the mountain is basically done. Phoenix is 46 miles. I still think we probably have another downgrade before Phoenix. Or it's just going to be a subtle downgrade between here and there. It is 4:25 a.m. We got some little hills. I don't know if you can see them in the video, but we're going through some little hills right now. Like just kind of driving around the sides of them and stuff. Entering Maricopa County. 49 miles until my stop. 49 miles to the Loves, which is on the, I don't know if you'd say it's on the south side. It's kind of in the central west area of Phoenix. Brush fire danger high. Use ashtray. How about you just quit smoking? Yeah, that's easier said than done. I used to smoke. I started smoking when I was like 19 years old. I did a lot of athletics in school. All through school, I did a lot of athletics. Mainly track in high school. I started out running the mile in the 8th grade, and screw that crap. I dropped down to the 800 meter. I would have preferred to do some kind of short sprint, but I just can't sprint worth a damn. I just I'm really, really slow in short distances. Um, but yeah, I was very athletic in high school. So smoking was never something I couldn't stand to be around people that were smoking. I grew up around a lot of smokers and I just despised them because here I am trying to keep my body in peak, condition to perform at a level to be competitive, and I'm coming home and living in a house with chain smokers. And I did everything I would get a headache from secondhand smoke. I was constantly getting headaches from secondhand smoke. I just absolutely hated smokers when I was in, school, when I was a teenager. And then at 19, I just I was hanging out with some guy, um, and I think we were drinking, and he asked me if I ever tried smoking, and I was like, no. And he's like, well, give it a try. And I took a drag off of it, and it was terrible. Like it tasted like terrible. I was coughing like crazy and everything. I'm like, why do you do this? He was like, well, it gives you like a head change. It calms you down, it mellows you out. It does. He explained all kinds of stuff. I can't remember what all he said about it. But even though like I was coughing like crazy and everything, I felt like this rush come over me. It was um, this mild euphoria, and he was like, "Yeah, you just that's just." And I was like, "Well, I can't do this. I almost died taking that one little puff off of it." He said, "Yeah, yeah, same thing happened to me. You just have to keep doing it. It only takes like a day or two, and then you get over it." I was like, "All right." So back then, when I was 19, they were basically giving away cigarettes for free. They would send them to you in the mail. I had a pack that was just mailed to me. A free pack of Camel Turkish Golds was mailed to me. So I gave them a try and smoked on them for a couple of days. I'll say that it wasn't just him. It was also that at work, I worked with a bunch of people that smoked, and our entire work day seemed to revolve around smoke breaks. And everybody seemed like they were going out and having a good time on smoke breaks. So I kind of wanted to be part of the crowd. Um, and I thought I was maybe missing out on something. Like if everybody else is doing it, it must be awesome. But no, it's not. Like, yeah, I went a couple of days and I finally got to the point where I wasn't coughing my lungs up every time I took a drag. But about the time that you get used to it, you get to the point where you're not dying smoking it. Jackass is next 20 miles. Are you kidding me? There's jackasses a lot more than the next 20 miles. They're everywhere. But around the time you stop coughing your lungs out every time you take a drag on them is around the time that euphoria, that little buzz feeling you get goes away. That buzz feeling didn't last long. I would say maybe the first couple weeks, maybe the first month that I was smoking, I would get this little lightheaded buzz, euphoric feeling from smoking a cigarette. Um, and then that went away, and it got to where if I didn't smoke the cigarette, then I would get like anxiety. I would start like getting really hyper. I needed this. I needed to smoke the cigarette to calm me down, and also like it helped equalize me. If I started getting really tired, it would wake me up. If I like back when I was a smoker, I could stay up for incredible periods of time just chain smoking cigarettes, just slamming soda and smoking cigarettes. As a gamer, I would just sit there and play for days. But yeah, started when I was 19. I quit smoking when I was like 22 for about 2 years. What the deal was that I was thinking about joining the military, and I don't want to give up too much of my personal life talking about this, but I didn't want to just like be an everyday grunt. I was joining the military for a specific reason. I wanted to get in really good shape because I wanted to be in a specific part of the military. I wanted to be in special operations. That's as specific as I want to get with it. Um, so I was training specifically for that role, and I quit smoking. I started exercising, getting back into the shape that I was in high school, and I was back running again, and um, I worked for the government at the time, and my particular job allowed me a lot of free time. So I would do push-ups and sit-ups at work, and like I was exercising like crazy. It's the best shape I've been in since high school. I got in amazing shape, but I quit smoking to do that. And I ended up, for very personal reasons, deciding not to do that. And I tried to find something else to do because I couldn't stand the job that I had. It's not that I couldn't stand it. I mean, it was an okay job, but I just didn't see longevity in it. Um, so I ended up quitting, and that's when I left that job to get into trucking. I quit that job and got into trucking. So I was a non-smoker whenever I first got into trucking. Drove for Swift as a non-smoker, and then I left Swift for Conway Western Express, which is now XPO, and I was a non-smoker whenever I got on there. And then again, due to everybody around me smoking, I eventually took up smoking again. While I was working there at Conway, everyone would just sit around at the dock smoking all the time. And I would be sitting in the break room by myself while everybody else would be standing outside smoking. So I ended up taking up smoking again after a couple of years of not smoking. It's probably 18 months to 2 years that I had not smoked. Then I went, I became a heavy smoker again. And was that a fire truck? There's a fire truck coming across the bridge. I don't know where they're headed. We'll see if they get on the interstate with me. We've only got 36 miles to Phoenix. It looked like there was a ambulance with it, and they kept going. They didn't get on the interstate. So, what was the other time I quit? I quit one other time in my 20s. Um, Damn it. I'm fairly certain. No, I'm trying to remember. I think after I left Conway, I quit smoking again. After I after I left XPO, well, it was Conway back then, but it's XPO. XPO is the company now. Um, I think I quit smoking again for a year or two. Yep. And then, yeah, I did. I did. Yeah, that was the other time. And I quit for like 2 years. And I started working for this company. And I worked on the weekends. And there was almost nobody that worked on the weekends. Like, this was a big building full of people. But on the weekends, there was a skeleton crew. Well, one of the other people that worked with me on Sunday was a really heavy smoker. And he was always trying to talk me into going out and taking breaks with him so he'd have somebody to talk to when he smoked. And after, a month or so of doing that, I was like, yeah, I think I might take up smoking again. And I did. I ended up, smoking with him on the breaks. He ended up getting fired like a month after that. Um, but I kept smoking again, and I became a really heavy chain smoker again. Seems like every time I quit, when I come back, I I'm a heavier smoker, and I got to where I was smoking a minimum of 2 packs a day. Sometimes I was smoking. Well, I won't say a minimum. There were some days when maybe I was smoking, you know, 1 pack to a pack and a half. What were there, like 20 cigarettes in a pack? I think there were 20. And I would normally smoke like 3 to 4 cigarettes before I got to work. I would smoke 2 cigarettes on my first break. So that's like 5 or 6. And then on my lunch, I would smoke 3 to 5 cigarettes. So we'll say 4 plus 6. That's 10 by lunch. And then on my second break, I would normally smoke another 2. So that's 12. And then I would normally take an extra 1 to 2 breaks throughout the day where I would smoke 2 more cigarettes each time. So that's 4 more cigarettes. So that's 16. And then on my way home, I would smoke 1 to 2 cigarettes. I would usually smoke 1 cigarette at the building before I'd leave, and then one in my car on the way, um, or 2 in the car on the way. So where are we at right there? That's like 18 cigarettes. I smoked almost an entire pack from the time I woke up until the end of my work day. And then once I got home, I would basically just chain smoke until I went to bed. I don't know how many cigarettes I would smoke an hour. I would say easily 5 cigarettes per hour. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm doing some type of high stress thing, like I'm raiding in a video game or I'm PvPing, I'm doing something that is very stressful, then I'm just one cigarette after another. And I don't know how many I'm knocking out an hour back, doing that. But I could easily smoke another, pack. So on a work day, I'm probably knocking out 2 packs a day on a work day. But on days when I'm sitting at my house all day, I just chain smoke all day. Just one right after another. And I'll get into like 3 packs or more on like my days off on the weekends or, vacation days or sick days or whatever. Those be like 3 pack a day days. Where we at? It is 4:43 a.m. I am 28 miles from my destination, and my destination is probably 5 to 10 miles into Phoenix. So we're only like maybe 18 miles from Phoenix. We'll see what this sign says up here. This doesn't even say anything. This is just roads. It doesn't even say how far Phoenix is. We might be in North Phoenix for all I know. But yeah, I was a really, 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 really heavy smoker. I was successful in quitting smoking by switching over to vaping. I switched over to vaping before vaping became a thing. Let's get real hipster right here. I was vaping before vaping was cool. Whenever I started vaping, you couldn't buy vape stuff in a store. You had to order it online, and it was kind of hard to find stuff online. It was a really new thing whenever I got into it. I want to say I started vaping back around 2009, and I was able to basically switch from smoking to vaping for a couple of months, 1 to 2 months. But I couldn't get near the nicotine out of vaping that I could out of smoking. So I still had urges to smoke cigarettes. So it was still really hard for me. And I was still like smoking cigarettes on occasion. And I think I went like 1 month just vaping. But I was vaping for quite a while, but I was vaping and smoking. And then strictly vaping, I think I finally got to the point where I was just vaping for like a month. But I had to constantly vape to keep the urge to smoke a cigarette at bay. And I was vaping at my desk at work. And my manager came over and she's like, "Are you smoking at your desk?" And I laughed and I said, "Oh, it's a vape. It's a vape." And she looked at it. She said, "That's a cigarette." And I said, "No, it's not." But it was a vape that was made to look like a cigarette. It would glow at the end, just like an ember on the end of a cigarette. It was one of those things, and she freaked out, told me not to do it, and she emailed HR and made a really big deal about it. The company I worked at is a huge company. Huge company. Everybody, I guarantee you, everybody's heard of it. Everybody knows what it is. It's a massive company. She pushed it to corporate, and they came out with a company-wide ban on e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes were treated exactly like tobacco products. It took them like 3 months. They told me not to use vape products anywhere except a designated smoking area until they figured out what to do with it. But it was me, because of me, they came up with their vaping rule at the company. Their anti-vaping rule, which is really messed up, because whenever they did that, I was no longer able to get enough nicotine out of vaping, and I had to go back to smoking. Back then, vaping was a way to quit smoking. The way vaping was being sold was as a way to wean yourself off of cigarettes, and then once you got off cigarettes, it was easier to quit vaping than it was to quit cigarettes. And that's what I was trying to do, but I fell back to smoking because I couldn't vape at my desk. I basically had to be puffing on that thing all day long to keep myself from going crazy wanting a cigarette. And so I kept chain smoking for a couple more years. And I want to say it was around 2013, 2012 or 2013, somewhere in that area, is when I finally quit smoking for the last time. I just went cold turkey. I just quit smoking one day and started exercising to try to keep the urges down. Every time I get the urge to smoke a cigarette, I would go do some push-ups or set-ups, or I had an exercise bike I would ride on, or I'd go jogging, something. And working out would cause the urge to go away. And then after a couple of weeks, it wasn't as bad. But it took me probably 2 years before I stopped having urges to smoke a cigarette. Now, like, it's been so long that I don't have any desire at all to smoke a cigarette. I don't have the urge to be like, I don't have that little thought in the back of my head going, man, I miss being able to smoke a cigarette. Just how it mellows you out. Is this guy going to pass me on the right? Or is he taking that exit? He's taking that exit. He was flying up on me. Like he was going to be passing me on the right in that exit lane. He didn't have an indicator on or anything, but he slammed on his brakes and took the exit. Maybe he was just taking the exit at a high rate of speed. We're almost there. We've got 12 miles until we get onto Interstate 10, and we have 20 total miles to get to the Loves. It is 4:51 a.m. Sunday morning. No traffic at all on the road. It is awesome. It is amazing. I'm glad that I went ahead and left on time instead of waiting to get here later, because I would have had to deal with traffic here if I would have left later in the day. And this is a nice drive. But yeah, that's my smoking history. I am so glad that I quit smoking. There were several reasons I quit smoking. Number one, I mean, it's just bad for you. It's expensive and it's bad for you. There's nothing good from smoking. It's all negative. It's just an addiction. It is so hard. It is so hard to quit smoking unless, and trying to talk to somebody about quitting smoking unless they've been a smoker. They can't comprehend how addictive cigarettes are. It is so hard to quit smoking. So whenever, because of my addiction to cigarettes, I can relate to all forms of addiction. So, these meth heads out here that are just like ruining their lives because of that drug, I can understand that. I can relate to that. I would hope that I would not allow an addiction to ever take control of me like that. But I can relate to how addictive things are and how it can make you do stupid things. Hell, I spent how much a carton of cigarettes last time I was smoking? They were like somewhere between $40 and $50 a carton, and I was going through 2 cartons a week pretty easy. So it was like somewhere around $100 a week in cigarettes, $400 a month. That was a lot of money to me throughout, back when I was smoking. Back when I was in my early days of smoking, I was working $30,000, $40,000 a year jobs, and $400 a month. It's quite a bit of money to somebody that's only making $30,000 to $40,000. Hell, I could have bought a car for that. There are no positives to smoking. You get this brief euphoric feeling when you first start, and then you just have to smoke to stay normal. Speed limit's dropping from 65 to 55. And then, that euphoria goes away. Then it's just you're smoking to stay normal. It does help to mellow you out. It's about all I can say about it. 5 a.m. and we still have traffic. And why in the hell are they whipping out across, getting in front of me? Yeah, we are. I guess we got into Phoenix quite a few miles back when we hit 3 lane. Sorry, I'm getting quiet. It's because traffic's picking up and I'm watching all the on ramps and then off ramps and people flying by me at a high rate of speed. Real winners out here. Yeah, geniuses. That guy just, I don't know if you saw the guy that took the exit, but he missed the exit. He took it anyway. Then you got this one weaving through traffic going like 100 miles an hour. I hope there's a parking spot at the Loves. I have 3/8 of a tank. Is that right? I'm in between a quarter and a half. I think that's 3/8. So I'm going to get here with 3/8, which means that I'll probably, after 2 days of sitting here running the APU, I'll probably be at a quarter of a tank. And Tonopah, Arizona is not too terribly far. And these people drive fast through here. Speed limit's 55. I am going 65 miles an hour. I was going to slow down to 55, but people are flying by me so fast that I decided to just go 65. So I'm going 65 to give you a comparison as to how fast these people are flying by me. They're going 90 plus, a lot of them. That person in the HOV lane is probably doing 100 to 110. All right, so these two lanes go to I-10, and it looks like the right lane goes west and the left lane goes east. So it's going to be both of these lanes exit to 10, and I want to stick to the right. Man, Phoenix is trying to take the award for dumbest drivers in the country. At 5 a.m., if they're driving like this at 5 a.m., I can't imagine what they're going to be driving like at rush hour. 5 a.m. on a Sunday, and they're driving like this. San Antonio, so far, has the dumbest drivers I've run across. No, it's not San Antonio. It's Houston. Houston. I take that back. Sorry, San Antonio. It's Houston. Houston has the worst drivers I've run across. I got a bunch of dumbasses passing me over on the right. Trying to get over, but I had too many assholes doing too many stupid things. Look at these morons, man. Does Phoenix not have police? Like, these people are going 20, 30, 40, 60 miles an hour over the speed limit. I've seen multiple people going over 100. All right, I got 5.4 miles until my exit. Yeah, I'm really glad that I got here early in the morning. If it's going to be this bad at, what time is it, 5 a.m.? It's going to be absolutely crazy by 8. And this is Sunday. There shouldn't be any traffic on Sunday at 5 a.m. South 202. Is this an exit only? No, maybe. I haven't seen an exit only sign, and there are no blocks on this lane yet. There we go. Now it says it's exit only. And it's not exit only. It's just that new lane is exit only. But we'll move over anyway. We'll stay over here. We've got 3.4 miles to our exit. Yeah, what's nice is when I leave this shithole, is this guy going to whip over in front of me? Or are they going to take that exit? They got their signal on that they're taking the exit. I don't trust them. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, they made it past concrete barrier. um, so yeah, when I leave, since I'm headed west and I'm going to be down in the southwest part of town, I'm going to kind of like be, I don't want to say I'm going to be on the edge of town, but I'm going to be on the west side of town. So when I leave, I'm not going to have to like drive across town. I'm just going to be on the edge of town and be able to just have to deal with hopefully not very much bad traffic. All right, I'm taking exit 135, 83rd Avenue. Oh my God, are you kidding me? This lane ends? Does it end before the damn exit? It does. And now I'm pinned in behind this jack off that's going 60 and a 65. All right, now it's exit time. Man, that guy slowed down a lot whenever I got on the exit lane. He's probably stoned. He slowed down to like 50 miles an hour. Like I'm down to 40 miles an hour, and he slowed down and almost speed matched me as I was going down the exit. God, I hope the parking is not crazy tight, and I hope there's a spot. I am not in the mood for a tight back. I've had nothing but easy back since I've been back out on the road. Almost straight backed everything. So let's keep up that streak. I'm going to unplug the headset. I hope that it still has audio, because sometimes whenever I unplug it, it doesn't disconnect or turn off the device. But whenever I plug it in, it will usually turn it'll like turn the device off, and I have to my Bluetooth headset. All right, we're about to get the green. I can't tell if this thing has 3 lanes or not. There's like no markings. No, it doesn't have a 3rd lane. This is just like an ultra wide lane or something. Alrighty. I'm not sure if I should turn here or turn into Love's down there somewhere. Phoenix maintenance ends here. So yeah, there's a truck entrance right here. So I made the right decision. Looks like there is a lot of creative parking here. Alrighty, let's circle around and see what we got. Alright, I see a spot. That's good. I'm probably just gonna get that spot because that's a good spot. All right, throw the 4-ways on. Let me just take a peek down through there. Yeah, looks good. Decisions. I think I'm gonna try to get to it this way. Let's turn and see if I'm lined up worth a damn. I think I'm lined up good enough to get in there. All right. All right, let's start chasing it. We should be good. I think I'm lined up in the spot, but I want to straighten up a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get out and check my blind side. So let's just straighten up so we can kind of straight back it so that I can see my blind side better. All right, we are perfect in the spot, but I don't know which one of these two is crooked in their lane, but we're going to line up to our sight side. We're going to line up with the guy on our sight side. All right, let's stop. Let's double check. Stop right there and just double check my mirrors. All right, I'm going to get out and just see how far away from the wall I am. And I'm going to back up all the way to the wall. So give me a second. All right, I've only got like 3 to 4 feet. But when I was backing in, I couldn't see the lines. I'm going to adjust my spot in this lane because I'm basically like right on the line to the guy on the left of me. So I need to position over about 6-8 inches to the right. And I need to angle my truck a little bit outward. Both guys on the guys on both sides of me are both at like odd angles in their spots. Neither one of them are lined up straight. All right, let me check. I think I'm good right here. I can't see the lines until I get out of the truck though. Yeah, I might have overcorrected a little bit, but I'm good. I've got about a foot of distance between me and the line on my right side, and then over here on my sight side, I've got about a foot and a half distance. So I'm not perfectly lined up, but given that I can't see the damn lines, I think it's pretty decent. Well, they've changed something on the ELD. The options are moved around. I think we're good. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the truck off. Now, do I want to go take a shower now or wait till later? I think I'll wait till later. But that is it for the video. This is a pretty easy spot to back into. I had to make a decision. Let me take this off of here. I had to make a decision. You see those trailers right there? I would have just set up at an angle with my tractor across where those trailers are at, but I either had to make a decision to do a really hard 90 alley dock by putting my tractor on the left side of those trailers, or try to straight back it by putting my tractor up there next to the building. And to do the straight back with the tractor up next to the building, I would have to do a really good setup to get my trailer lined up. And I managed to do good. I put my tractor up there against the building, and I managed to get my trailer lined up good enough to be able to get into this spot. So yeah, pretty easy back. I'm glad that I had a nice, easy place to back into. I can't stand tight backs; they're dangerous. Um, I don't like doing them. So let's. I guess I'll hop out here real quick and show you a picture of the truck, since you've been looking at all kinds of other things. Well, there we are. We're in the spot. And both of those trucks are angled because both of them are crooked in their spots. Alrighty. So, living the dream. I think I'm going to just relax and play on my computer for a little bit. And then when I feel up to it, I'm going to go in there and take a shower. And I did not notice like what kind of food this Love's has. I have tons of food in the truck, but I don't know. I'm not in the mood for like reheated food or um, let me try this. I don't know, like I can't see what you see, but let's try this. Oh, actually I can. I can see the reflection in the window. That works. So, yeah, I'll just hold the phone for a minute here. Um, like my cooler over here in the passenger seat, that thing, that is my expensive like $330 Alpi Cool 55 liter. You see the nice little temperature gauges and everything on it. That's the voltage, 14.4 volts. It's on high. You can change it between high and low, and that'll change how aggressive it is on like how high it'll turn up the compressor to maintain temperature. It's on eco mode. Bluetooth is enabled. I don't know what in the hell Bluetooth does. I haven't tried to link up to it with Bluetooth, and I haven't tried to do any settings. Um, but that thing is full of like TV dinners, uh, and it has some frozen burritos. I haven't been out on the road long enough to dive into that. I think I've eaten a frozen burrito one time. Other than that, I haven't touched much of anything that's been the frozen stuff that's been in here has been in here for a couple of months, because I haven't been out on the road long enough to even eat my leftovers since I got this freezer. So hopefully I'll be out on the road long enough this time to get into those. But yeah, that's it. I think I'm gonna hang out, bust out my laptop, maybe play some World of Warcraft, and then when I'm up to it, I'll go in and I'll probably wait to take a shower until like after 8 or 9 a.m. whenever the restaurant in there opens up. Because the fast food place or whatever restaurant they have in there is probably not open 24 hours. So oh wow, that was weird. I think it might have been the compressor on this little freezer kicking off, but there was like a uh I don't know, a bump, a jolt on my right. I'm holding on to the freezer with my right hand still, and there was a jolt, and I think it was the compressor turning off because it just reached -4 degrees. So the compressor kicked on, got it down to -4, and then turned back off. But yeah, I think I'll wait until at least after 8 or 9 a.m. I'll go in there whenever the restaurant's open. And oh, let me. Can you see it over there? Can you see it over there? I can see what restaurant they have. Where is it? Where is it? Can you see it in the camera? Let me try to zoom in. There's the love sign, and I don't know if you can see it on the camera. And it's let me try to hold it still. But it is I don't know what the first one says, Tolleson or something like that, and then Carl's Jr. and Subway. All right, now we got rid of all the zoom. But yeah, that love sign over there, I can barely make it out, and it is they have a Carl's Jr. Oh my goodness, I have been craving Carl's Jr. for so long. And I don't want to get their damn breakfast. Even though their breakfast is awesome, they have a steak burrito that is amazing. Um, I want to get that guacamole burger that they have. I forget what it's called, but man, I've been craving one of those. The Loves, let me turn this back around. The the Loves and let me end my GPS here. Yes, I'm really happy with you getting me here. You did a good job. Um, the Loves in Wilmer, Texas, or Hutchins. It's actually in Hutchins, Texas, or Hutchinson. I can't remember if it's Hutchins or Hutchinson. Um, where I used to spend my weekends when I was in training. That one had a Carl's Jr. And oh my goodness, it got me addicted to that damn guacamole burger. That thing is amazing. And like I haven't really run into any Carl's Jr.'s since then. So I am definitely gonna fuck up some Carl's Jr. over the next couple of days. I'm probably gonna leave all. I'm probably not gonna touch any of my leftovers, and I'm just gonna eat nothing but Carl's Jr. the next couple of days. Their steak burrito for breakfast and the guac burger meal every other time. I'm not in the mood for the steak burrito right now, so I'll probably wait until after they start serving lunch to go take a shower. And then after I get out of the shower on my way back to the truck, I'll grab some Carl's Jr. Got to get my fat on. You know, that's how I get fat. I'm addicted to food. Well, I'm already fat. That's how I got fat. And that's how I stay fat. but I need to check and see what the temperature is outside. It's not cold. It's not cold outside. It's cool. I forgot to check the damn temperature once we got into Phoenix. Um, let me check it right here. Phoenix, Arizona temperature 40 degrees. Clear skies, feels like 38. So it's 40 degrees outside. Um, I think I'll turn on the APU and set it, you know, set the air conditioner on because it's comfortable in here right now. But as soon as the sun comes up, it's going to get hot. So that's it. That's it. We got here at, oh shit, put myself over onto sleeper. I was still in on duty status. So we got here at 5:30 in the morning, which means we're going to be here for at least 48 hours. The delivery is at Tuesday, 10 a.m. I only popped the tractor parking brakes. I just popped the trailer because I had only popped the tractor because I was getting out, making sure that I was lined up properly. Whenever I am ready to completely stop for the night, I always pull both brakes. But if I'm just like stopping to go in and sign paperwork and come back out, or I'm just getting out and looking, I'll only pop the tractor brake. But if I'm going to be actually parking, I pop both brakes. Um, but yeah, we're good. We're in the spot. I think that's that's enough for this video. It's a really long video. If you watch the whole thing, awesome. I mean, I hope you're having a great time, and I don't have anything else to say though. I'll say more in the next video. All right, thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye.